Okay, volumes looks good. Page is set. Everything, and I have it set to the lowest latency possible. So now we won't have as much of a delay as our past streams. Hopefully, it's gonna get just a just a quick test and see. Let me see someone type in the chat real quick. Now there's like 6 people here. Let's see. I just want to see someone type in the chat real quick just to see. Okay, that's a good reaction so far. I'm just making sure we're all Gucci. Alright. Sorry if I'm not doing anything just yet, folks. Just making sure everything is consistent. Yeah, looks like we're good. Alright. Let's get to it. Alright, so today's stream, we're going to be drawing a few things. It's mostly catch-up work. By catch-up work, I mean people paid me to draw things for on my Patreon. Link will be in the description if you want it beyond that. And they and I have been either sick or busy this month, so I have to finish up some stuff. Namely, this one, Little Lempa family here, and another one with Joe. This one right here. But the Lempa fam only has to be shaded and cleaned, so that's going to be a lot easier. Also, it's also a good way to show how I like model characters and make backgrounds for them. Now, uh, namely when I'm drawing stuff, one good detail whenever you're drawing characters with a background, fair, always draw the background first. Granted, I don't follow that rule either. Sometimes I'm just drawing the character and I'm like, this needs a background. Then I just like scribble in something. But since this is supposed to be like a scenic family shot, I drew in the background first. That way, when I draw the characters, I know exactly where their bodies are going, even if you don't see the entirety of them. Now, I'm not gonna go too hard. I don't know what it is recently. It seems like I've been drawing a lot slower lately than usual. Like, I seem like usually I'm doing just fine, but I don't know. Recently, it feels like I've been drawing slower. I'm not sure what that's about. But I think with an audience, I'm gonna be doing just fine. Like this, for example, draw the couch first, then the first two characters, and yeah, basically, yeah. Each character is its own layer. You got the couch. You got Alanis over here. Alanis. Yeah, her name's Alanis, like Alanis Morissette. ah, breathe into me. Lupa, Lemmy. So we're exactly like a storyboard. You have all the pieces set. And the reason why she's so sketchy is that I'm trying to make sure her legs look right. See, when you draw a character in a specific pose, it's good to like show all of the anatomy. So you can see the crotchal region here, her legs going like under her other leg here, so her foot's right over here, but you don't see the other foot, it's behind that foot. And you can see the couch here, so you know exactly where she's laying, and that she's supporting all of her weight onto Lemmy here. So, it's good. It's good base. Elanus is kind of a bit of a mess because her mom's got so many too many lines, so the bottom half of her is like completely tangled in there, like a bunch of fucking Christmas chords. That's why we have opacity, so we can tone it down and see exactly where she is. Yeah? Ghost mom. Ghost mom. Alright, let's get. So, since I have this all set up, my job right now is to clean this up and make sure everything looks right. First key detail, the couch looks a little too big. Like, I know Lemmy's kind of a big heckin' chonker here, so it makes sense he's this big, and Elena's is like, I want to say like 4 in this picture. So she's just relaxing, chillaxing, all cool. And Lupa's sort of a short stack, so she's just leaning up against him. Alright. Opacity sounds like a 2000s emo band. Cellophane. You ever seen Chicago? That's one of my favorite songs from that. Cellophane, Mr. Cellophane, can I bend my name, Mr. Cellophane? Alright. And I can see from the stream on my phone that there is a little bit of a delay. Not a problem. Not a problem. Alright, let's focus first. Let's get Lemmy and Elena's out of the picture. So now Loop is all alone, as such is life. Now we're just gonna clean her up a bit by creating a new layer. I could just clean clean away the sketches, but that takes forever. And this way it's a faster process just to redraw the lines. Like it sounds like a pain in the ass, kind of like you build like a bunch of bricks and then you take down the bricks because the bricks weren't looking right. That's life. Oh, right. Now, another detail. Getting the right size, because sometimes you're gonna see a lot of uncoordinated lines. Control Z is the best thing that ever happened to an artist. Since we're not listening to music right now, if you guys want to ask me questions, you can go right ahead. Yeah, just so this whole stream isn't completely silent. Get a little more dark under the eyes there. Really get that goth, goth MILF look. Not too much, but just enough. If you're wondering why I'm zooming in so much, it's because I am a stickler for detail. My drawings may be sketchy, but I don't know how I was going to finish that sentence, but it was going to be profound. Just pretend I said something profound. Nope, that's way too big. Recommendations for cartoon shows. I actually did finish a couple of cartoons recently. I watched the ending to third season of Infinity Train. Also watched what else did I watch? Oh yeah, I watched all of season 2 of Glitch Techs. Also, and just this morning I binge watched the third season of Agretzko. It's more of an anime, but it's an animated show, so it counts. Mm-hmm. Uh, yeah, that's good. Zooming in just makes it easier to get the little details right. Pretty much. It has more ships than. Yeah. Anyway, uh, but yeah, I'd say like out of the three shows I finished, I want to say Infinity Train did the best job because I liked the what they did with the second season of Glitch Text and the third season of Agretzko, but it weren't. But I definitely think like this season of Infinity Train is going to really stick with me a lot longer than those two. If you haven't seen it, I'm not gonna really spoil it, but if you know, you know. It would take forever to really explain like all the details, like what's the Infinity Train, or what is Apex, why are people on a train? It's like it's better for you to just watch the show than have me butcher it by trying to explain the thematic details. It's a good show. It's a more episodic, you know, like each season has a different character in it. So if no, hold on, no, okay, yeah. But Glitch Techs and Agretzko were pretty good too. I I've been watch I've been watching Agretzko for years since it first aired on Netflix. So that was more like an obligation to say like, hey, what's Agretzko doing this week? She got in debt, is what happened. And then wacky hijinks ensued, like a stalker. Jesus Christ. They don't go easy on that stalker. Like you think like the first time you see him in the show, you think to yourself like, I wonder how creepy this guy is going to be. And then he comes up to her and he says like the most foul mouthed shit, and it's honestly shocking to hear that coming from the show, even though it's technically an adult rated show. It always came off as more of a sitcom kind of thing, but no, they go hard on this character. He is he's a weirdo. God damn. Generally uncomfortable watching that scene. Oh jeez. I don't know actually. Like it was hard to tell. Like he always had a mask. What animal was the stalker? I don't know. I want to say he was a camel because he looked like or maybe not. Maybe he was a weasel. I don't know. He had like a long snout because his face was always covered by like a face mask. So it was hard to tell. As for glitch text, not much to really say with that. It's like if you like glitch text from the first season, you'll probably like this one. The animation got better. They definitely explored more with the characters, like their past and uh, one key detail I liked about the second season of Glitch Text, they really went into like that bully character's history. Uh, you know, uh, Duke Duglin or something. I keep forgetting his name for some reason. Yeah, so the show actually like had two episodes solely dedicated to like his his whole damage and his personality. And I like that. That was kind of the thing I wanted to see in the first season, which was basically like, yeah, he's a dick, but I want to know why he's a dick. Ridley. Oh yeah, the when I saw Ridley in Glitch Text, my first thought was is that a reference to the aliens, like Ellen Ripley or Ridley from Metroid, which I guess is kind of a reference to aliens as well. I don't know. Ridley was cool. Was that a trans character? Like they never said it, but I don't know. Was that supposed to be like a trans character? Was Ridley a trans character? Because I remember one character saying he, but Ridley wears a skirt, so I'm like, what's the deal there? Yeah, I figured that was the case. Like no one really knows. I mean, if Ridley was trans or something like that, or gender fluid, or whatever the other 20 different varieties of sexuality there are now, I don't care. I don't say that as like a negative thing. Like, I don't really mind. Like, as long as they're not like bashing it in your face, saying like, "Look at this. Look at what they struggle with. Look at the pain this character deals with on a daily basis because they're trans." Like, that's a real problem, and I don't doubt that people have to go through that. But it's like you don't if you have a message, you don't beat it over over the audience's head because the character should be enough to really convey that. I don't know. I'm talking out my ass. Don't take that too seriously, because I don't mind if shows have gay characters. Just you know what? Don't make it all about the gay. Just have them be characters. If they're gay, they're gay. That's all I'm saying. Shouldn't re- I just don't think it's something that should define them. It should be their sole trait. I watch if I ever said something like that on Twitter, I'd be canceled in a goddamn minute. I might try to. Speaking of canceled, did you guys hear about what happened to the staff behind the Sheer cartoon? The How they got almost canceled by somebody because they did things that weren't considered very PC. Yeah. So the whole context behind that is that they were going they were having like a little podcast uh COVID podcast, you know, just keep people busy talking about the show, emails they get from folks, how much has really impacted people and what they think about it. And I'm happy to see. I always like those interviews because it's a nice little perspective into the writers' room, and you know, get a good feel for the people who make the content. But the problem was is that they were talk they were talking on the pod in the group chat, and they said some stuff that was apparently problematic. Like one of the guys was talking about like one of the moderator has a podcast and it's called Desperate House Dykes. Desperate House Dykes. That's a fantastic name. I looked it up. It's a podcast. hosted by les by a couple lesbians who binge watch Desperate Housewives. So Desperate House Dykes. But because he said the word dyke on stream, that means he said a bad word and he needs to be cancelled. He was referencing the show. He was shouting out, making a shout out to his moderator. Like, holy shit. Oh, it's so stupid. It's so dumb that people are this, like, concerned about one words, single words, even out of context. Yeah, a lot of edgy humor has been. You're right, Kana. A lot of edgy humors died because of the 2010s. That's just. I think that started in like 2014 is when when this whole like positive atmosphere kind of mentality really started to kick in. And it's just been a complete bummer. Because these people, because if you believe in a cause, that's fine. If you want to make people feel comfortable and accepted, that's great too. But if you're putting down someone else in order to make someone else feel better, you're just trading off one set of happiness for another. Even if that person didn't intend to be like offensive. That foot is looking like absolute shit. I do not know why drawing her sock is this hard. Oh no. Okay, hold on. Gotta adjust this a bit. Uh, 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 there we go. But yeah, the majority of humor nowadays has been completely destroyed because you can't be offensive. Like, I'll give you credit if you're purposely trying to be shocking. That's kind of a low ball. That's a that's an easy thing to do. You just have to say the right words and offend the right people, and you'd be like, oh, so edgy. But it's gotten to the point where nowadays you just can't say anything without having to try to explain yourself. Or even worse, if you said shit in the past, that'll come back to haunt you like an ex-girlfriend or an ex-boyfriend. I don't know. You guys date what you want to date. Nah, you don't need my permission. And it's so stupid because it's like, unless that person's like making that content right now, like if somebody, it's like when there's a difference between like an old tweet from like a year ago to like when Roseanne Barr called a lady a monkey and then blamed it on her medication. That's looking better. A little bit. I don't know why. I'm usually good at feet. Yeah. I've been commissioned enough to draw feet. I should be this. I should be fantastic at it. I think the PC culture thing is going to die out eventually. It's just certain people who are really gun ho about keeping it alive. And I think the majority of people who do try to keep the whole privilege thing, silent majority, uh, white knighting, social justicing and all that. Not like people who actually want to fight for a cause. I mean like the people who have no relation, no connection, no real attachment to anything that isn't outside of their bedroom or their computer screen. Those are the people that are going to have to die out because because they basically profit off of this stuff. You may you say some nice words, you defend the right people, and if something looks offensive, you call it out, and that makes you look good by comparison. You don't need to brag about being a good person. Just be a good person. Anyway, this topic is getting annoying, so I'm just gonna. So if anyone want to ask something different, please do. I want a completely different subject because thinking about they don't all those people don't deserve the attention of this conversation, let alone this video. The DC fandom reveals. Um, yeah, I did see the trailer for the Snyder Cut. That's a thing. That's a. I mean, I didn't see the original Justice League movie, so I don't really care. I mean, I don't know what else is really coming from DC. Did Young Justice end? I think that came back, but I think it ended. Like the last DC thing I watched was John the DC animated film with John Constantine at the end of the world. Like I have no idea what like when I watched that movie I was getting like a whiplash from all the shit that was happening so fast in it because it's like it starts out with John Constantine is a member of the Justice League now and all of a sudden like oh we gotta go to Apocalypse and beat Doomsday because he's no we're gonna beat Darkseid because he's acting like a real wanker he is and then they go there and then they die like they get wrecked. Like everyone just like most of the Justice League either gets torn apart or just killed. And then Constantine runs away from the battle as he watches everybody dies and then everything becomes like a post-apocalyptic movie. Superman's got like kryptonite poisoning. Everybody who's ever left of the heroes are now half robots. Villains pretty much rule with law and order. I feel like I think that I found out the reason for that is because like that was like the last film in a franchise. Like that was going to be the last film of this like animated series. Like apparently all the animated films are now like connected chronologically or like in a sort of connected plot line aside from just being all DC characters. I mean, I never knew that. I just tended to watch the DC films because it's like, hey, this is a thing to watch. None of them ever really popped in my head as like, oh, I'm sure this will be genuinely entertaining. I'm just not a big fan of DC in general. I like Batman. Unless you got like the right story behind it, I'm not really gonna watch a lot of DC related stuff. Oh yeah, James Gunn's doing the Suicide Squad movie. I didn't really watch the trailer for that. I saw like a clip of King Shark. He's looking fantastic. Great to see him in that movie. He looks exactly like he does in Harley Quinn. That's another good DC show. Yeah, the comics aren't fantastic. Oh, I'll admit, I'll agree with that. Haven't read comics in a long time. Very out of the loop in whatever is going on nowadays. I think Joker got like a new main squeeze. I don't know what her deal is. She's just like a new Harley. I don't know. That is true. Manga is a lot more diverse. If you really want diversity in like American comics, just go read like some indie stuff. That's definitely like way way more diverse in like subject material. Is a boob window. Mm-hmm. Hmm. That up. I think the last indie comic I read was what was it called? I think it was like Snow or Pillows or something to that effect. It was basically about like uh an artist growing up and being socially awkward, tries to get into a relationship and he's not really sure about it because he has a lot of like personal trauma. I think it was Blankets actually. I think it was called Blankets. Most indie is code for furry. Not always. You'll definitely find more furries in indie comics, but not always. Only if you're looking for it. How did I draw her hair? Here. Oh, that's right. I didn't finish that. That's why I don't know how that's supposed to look, right? Uh-huh. Yeah. Let's add Lemming in there. He's looking pretty good. Maybe I want to shrink him down just a little bit. Nope, that's Lupa. Shrink him down just a little bit. Hmm. Okay. Let's let's just look at the couch real quick to make sure that's all leveled out. It's load for a second. You draw a character older. What influences you to make the older character design? I think personality. Like what are they like old? Like with Lemmy, I think he really grew up into like a sort of he still has the same sort of personality to him where he's a bit of a show off. He's a big softy still, but he kind of he still grows into that whole rock star like look to him. So he grows out the beard like ZZ Top. He grows out his hair like Alice Cooper. He's just kind of he's still a big fanboy in a sense. He's more mature, but at heart he's still a fanboy. Like if I had to use like a comparison to use as like an example for Lemmy's personality, think of him like Po from Kung Fu Panda. And I think that's sort of but to follow up on that older design idea, I like to think that when a character grows up, their personality has changes because no one is exactly as they were when they were little. Would you honestly say like 7-year-old you is the exact same as you right now? Of course not. You've grown up. You've experienced a lot of new shit in your life. You have so many new experiences and so many new uh, I don't know, like people or you've done stuff since you were little. So now you have and now you're more knowledgeable. Unless you live in like a egg or a padded room for the rest of your life, then yeah, you're never going to have an experience and you'll never grow. We're shaped by the people who we are surround ourselves with, the environment we grow up in. It shapes us as people, and ultimately, who we were before changes as time goes by. I could say, like for example, a lot of things in my life has made me into the person I am today. People I've interacted with have really set like a good example of what not to be. Namely, my parents. They were smart people, but they were not bright people, if you know what I mean. Like they knew their shit, but they didn't know when to quit. Hmm. Book smarts over common sense. Yeah, yeah, basically. Yeah, that was my parents. They were very money. I guess like very economically minded. They uh, they liked the process of making money, but they weren't very good at keeping it. That was more of my grandfather's thing. He'd always tell me to always save my money. Oh, you never know when you're gonna need it. You never know when the day's gonna come when shit hits the fan and you're gonna need money. So always save up. And I do save up. I also have bad spending habits like my parents, where it's like, I could buy a pizza. but I've been doing better recently. Where I don't order out. I haven't ordered out in like 3 weeks, which is good because let me tell you, as convenient as DoorDash is, it's so goddamn expensive. They will charge you so fucking much just for one taco. I paid $15 for 3 burritos. When if I went there myself, I would have only had to pay like 7. It is so dumb. It feels like capitalizing on the epidemic. I mean, I don't blame them. I mean, you're never gonna get better business than right now. Like, if anyone who has a job with DoorDash, you got like a damn good job right now. So I don't blame you. I blame your managers for fucking overcharging for it. You're not getting that extra tip, man. I'm sorry. Your bosses took that away. Every time I get like a DoorDash thing and they say like, "Oh, how much would you like to tip?" I and they suggest like $5. I'm like, no, 10 cents. Like it's no, like, I mean no offense to like the people who are going out of their way to deliver my lazy ass food, but at the same time, I guess can't be tipping people $10 every time they deliver shit to me. That's insane. No, the usage. Exactly. Choose one, traditional or digital art. Ah, man. Shoot. If I had to choose one, honestly, I'd probably go traditional. Like, I've been drawing traditionally for years, long before I ever started doing, like, digital work. And honestly, despite the benefits that digital art gives me, like being able to do this, oop, oop, it's also made my job a bit more stressful because it's like now I have no excuse for missing a line or not catching a detail or not drawing something right because all I have to do is just like fix it in the editing. It's not that hard. Just gotta just gotta make the just gotta adjust this. Just gotta adjust it. Just gotta like move shit around, and it's like that. But the problem is that when you're drawing digitally and you have that much like creative control, it gets stressful because like you become so meticulous over every little thing you draw. Like right just now, are the I think those freckles are looking a little too triangular, so I have to like redraw them. And that's the worst thing you probably want if you're an artist is to be like too attached to the little details. You know, it's a yeah. Well, that's the thing, Duskull. Like the mistakes you make in traditional work, that's kind of like a thing about your art in general. Like no one is perfect. No artist draws perfectly. Everyone is just sort of drawing the best they can or the best they know how. Like even me, like I'm not a fantastic artist, despite what people tell me, because I know I've made mistakes. Like I know I probably made a mistake in this drawing right now, but I'm not going to go look for it because that will drive me insane. And it's very true. It will drive you crazy if you focus way too much on the little details. Especially in commissions, where the end goal is basically do the thing they want you to draw. Don't overthink it. Don't try to go crazy with it. Just draw it. Just draw the thing. A person paid you to draw, you draw the thing, and you got it. It doesn't need to be fantastic as long as it's exactly what they wanted. And if they're not happy with it, well, you can go back and fix it until they are happy with it. Even with personal projects, it's like you're never going to get that perfect drawing. You have to just be prepared to just settle for what you, because unless you just get it done, it's never going to be finished. Yeah, artists' mistakes are their biggest signature. People, I think that's sort of a thing with me too, is that people kind of like my sketchy art style. Is it clean? No. It's off. It's obviously I obviously miss stuff, and if you're a real keen on detail, you will see a lot of mistakes. But they but that's sort of the people are used to that by now with my art. They like the messy look of it, the uncoordination of it. Anarcho spiritualism. Yeah. I like that. I think that's one of my favorite things about like a creator or an artist is that they will always put something in their work that is obviously them inserting their favorite thing in there. Like if I ever made something like production wise, like in a lot of stuff, one key thing I would always put in everything is bats. You wouldn't just see bats in like you wouldn't see like live bats, but you'd see a lot of bat things. Like there'd be an emblem, or a group would be called the Bats, or there would be a bat shaped thing, or someone would be a fan of Batman. You know? Just a little thing to say, like, I like bats. No, there's no symbolic reason for all the bats. I just like bats. And I want to share my love with the world. My love of bats. They're not they're not monsters. They're tiny little flying mice that are more scared of you than you are of them. I'm the John Woo of bats. It's just like an action scene, and then a guy just pulls out two desert eagles, and a flock of bats fly out from behind him. Oh my god, that's fantastic! I love it. Oh Jesus. Would I run a cave of bats? I'd probably not. Like, you don't want bats as a pet. That's my appreciation for bats is like sort of like how someone like appreciates wild animals. It's like I like you, but I'm not keeping you in my house, because you'll poop on everything. And they do poop. They poop constantly. They're like rabbits that hang from your ceiling. Just little pellets everywhere, and they stink. Guano is terrible. It'll stain like you wouldn't believe. Still love bats though. Never gonna stop loving bats. especially long-eared bats. They are adorable. They got the big long ears, and they go squeak like little mice that fly everywhere, and they got little fangs, and it's like. And sometimes they walk on their wings like little paws, and it's adorable. I like bats. Bats are my thing. I'm like a fur. If I was a furry, I'd be a bat. Cause fuck, I don't want to be a fox. I've seen what happens to them. I don't want to be a wolf either. They're weird. That is true. Guano is the number one source of fertilizer in the world. There is so much of it. They produce. They shit off ceilings constantly. It is non-stop with them. I remember I was watching an episode of Dirty Jobs. You ever heard of that? It used to be on the Discovery Channel when the Discovery Channel had things to watch. Bazinga. Uh, but I remember an episode of that where he goes to a cave full of bats because because the dirty job is basically to collect bat guano. And he takes one step inside the cave, and his boot, is literally goes about 4 feet into the ground, and it's not ground; it's a giant floor of bad shit, just covering it. It's like quicksand, but smellier. Oh yeah, I mean you got. I mean if you, of course they got like a high. Bats got like a high amount of metabolism. But like if you're flapping around all day and you're literally using all of your lower body strength to hold your ass up upside down from a cave all night, you better have a lot of metabolism. Otherwise, your ass is sleeping on the floor. Mm-hmm. That's why rabbits shit so much because they're always speeding. They're speedy little fuckers, and they poop like a machine gun. The worst part is that if you have a rabbit as a pet, you will their shit is so small you can barely see it. It's like a little pellet. It's like a little. It'll just be sitting there looking cute, eating the carrot. Go. Next thing you know, animals are disgusting. They're so majestic how they just shit anywhere they feel. Like horses. Horses just like raise. Horses don't even like make a motion. They just stand there and then they raise their tail and then like that, exactly like that sound. How did we go from talking about this to animal shit? Where did we go from here? How did we get here? I don't. On second thought, don't answer that. I don't want to know. Let's just focus on the drawing. Focus on how I'm not doing a great job on Lupus fingers. What am I doing? Oh my god. I hate fingernails. So I don't draw them very often because because it's so difficult to really get that fucking look. Gosh, she's got big meaty claws. Life, finds a way. Oh, great. Hold on. Okay, so that was just. Sorry about that. That was just my phone giving me an alert telling me that, oh, hey, curfew's in effect. People caught are doing some wacky shit recently, so now you gotta stay indoors. 8 p.m. to 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. Fantastic. Wasn't going anywhere anyway, so no problemo. I heard about everybody rioting again. Somebody got shot again. It's not one thing, it's another, I swear to God. Alright. Alright. Okay, that's a little too detailed. And it's still a little big, but, we'll shrink them a bit. Yeah. Yeah, gotta stay indoors. Especially with all the craziness going on out there. With your COVIDs and your rioting and your policemen shooting folks in the back when they just want to get to the car. Check on the kids. Not gonna get political, just saying. Fucking cops are acting a fool. I like to give her claws. I think like she doesn't do her nails very often, but she likes to give herself like nail claws. I don't know, it just feels like something she'd do, like saying like, "Yeah, I can cut a bitch." Fingers look like a dragon's fingers. Good, I was going. I'm glad. She's imagine Lupa as Smog. Get the fuck out of my get out of my cave. Get the fucking midget out of my cave. What are you doing? Get away from my gold. Get the fuck out of my cave. This is my gold. See? What are you? What are you doing here? I don't I don't want you here. What are you doing in my cave? Get out of my cave. Stop. Don't bring your dwarf friends in here to try to steal my gold. Get out of my cave. Like that dragon. Yeah, that's the one I was referencing. Smog. I hate I hate those Hobbit movies. They were awful. Books are fun. The book was fine. It's basically a children's book. How someone thought to themselves, "Hey, let's turn this one children's novel into 3 books. I'm sure that won't be confusing at all." And then add a bunch of shit in there so it ties into the Lord of the Rings, even though it already did tie in. You didn't need to add more to it. It's basically fan fiction at that point. The claws are looking a little too big. Maybe I can like trim them down a bit. Maybe like edge them out or. Okay, that was the bucket tool. That was the wrong tool. Uh-huh. 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 There we go. Now I'm gonna add a little detail in there. Just to quell this one thought on my head. Hmm. Didn't look exactly how I hoped. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Now let's blur those a little bit. Boo 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 boo. On the bright side, now we know where the light's coming from. Over there. Over there. Or like from the TV screen. Or whatever they're watching. They're watching paint dry. It's their favorite family activity. I remember when I was but a lad, and I'd sit in my parents' lap and I'd watch the paint dry. Oh, what gay day those were. How I miss them. The paint, I mean. It was good paint. It was auburn blue. Why did Jemmy decide to have a beard? Because he wanted to grow one. Rockers have beards, so Jemmy wants to be a rocker, therefore he grew a beard. Also, he is a hairy fucker. It kind of came in naturally. I mean, have you seen his hair? It is a guy. It is a living tumbleweed. So of course he's gonna grow a beard, because why not? He's already growing. He's already growing a bush on his head. Yeah. Alright, let's see here. Hmm, hmm, hmm. Good enough. Okay. I didn't get to watch the Desolation of Smog because about that time my house got robbed and I didn't go anywhere for a while. I completely missed the movie in theaters. I'm sorry to hear what happened to you, man. I hate it when I've been robbed several fucking times in my life and it always sucks. It it sucks to just like come home after a day of work or some shit like that and just realize, "Oh, hey, look. The things I paid for are gone. Why is that? Oh, you let someone who we shouldn't trust into the house? Hmm. Can't imagine why. If those two things are connected." Anyway, my parents made a lot of poor choices. But you didn't miss anything by not seeing that movie. What? Yeah, it's my. I mean, credit to Peter Jackson. He's a good director, and he definitely knows his shit. So I even though I don't, I still think like the idea, even the conceptual idea of turning The Hobbit into more than one movie was a terrible idea. I still had faith in it because because Peter Jackson is a fan of Lord of the Rings, and even if like the first movie, like even the first movie's not bad, honestly. I liked certain elements of it, like Bilbo's relationship with the dwarves, the different dynamics. It was a fun. The first Hobbit movie is a fun movie. It's everything after that is where it starts to go. Because like for example, I love that little that mountain chant that the dwarves sing. I'm not gonna try to sing it because I don't remember the lyrics, but you guys know what I'm talking about. It's the Two Mountains Hold song that they sing at Bilbo's house. No, hold on. Yeah, okay, all right. Sorry if I get silent sometimes. When I'm in the zone, the auto zone, I tend to lose track of who I'm talking to. This is why music's usually good to work with, or something to listen to. Which, don't worry, we'll have something to listen to when I get to the other drawing. How you like that? For once, I actually make a hand not gigantic, and it's too small. It's too small! It's not big enough. Gotta be bigger, faster, stronger, quicker. Hmm. Hands. the greatest enemy to every artist known to man. All those tiny digits. What did they? All those fingers finging. Who told them they could fing in my neighborhood? I never voted for that. Think they could just walk in here and fing all over the place like it's no big deal. Okay, let's take a look. Yep, Elena's isn't. Let's. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Nope. Yeah, feet are pretty difficult to draw too. Like even though I've had some experience drawing feet, they're still a pain to draw. Body parts with a lot of digits and toes to them have an unhealthy amount of constant frustration. There, now she's getting head pats from her pap. Cool, head pats and a movie? Frickin' sweet. This girl's living the good life. Ah, practically the sweet life of Zack, not to be confused of the Zack and Cody variety, which was not, which in retrospect wasn't that sweet. Schindler's List. No. I don't know. They're probably watching like Spaceballs. Oh yeah, Elena's has got that pure, smug energy. She learned it from her mama. Her mother taught her well. The power of smug is strong within this one. Look at that. Look at that shit-eating grin. She will destroy you with sass. She'll destroy you with sass and then go take a nap. Cause that is how the Alanis do. I wish you could enable the membership to get stuck in your art, bro. I don't know what that means. I'll pretend they're watching Rebuild the Genetic Opera. Oh, that's actually a pretty good choice. Yeah, we'll just say, God, I can't remember any of the songs from that movie. It was a good movie though. I remember watching it. I love the songs, even if I can't remember all of them. I think the only one I can really remember is the one where the Repo Man like has his little breakdown about his daughter leaving the house. Shallow can never leave. She is my everything. Nothing can bring you back. Shallow is all I have. It's not the most creative lyrics, but you know it does the job. It's the musical. Right. You know the funny thing about Rebuild Genetic Opera? I remember like there were two movies out about the exact same premise, which was based. Only Rebuild the Genetic Opera the was was the only one that was a musical, but there was actually another Repo movie about like a guy who collects organs as insurance for people who like buy, and then he comes to collect them, and it's like a moral question. It's like, these people, do they deserve it or do they not? Nah, I don't know. I'm just the guy who collects the organs. Wasn't a good movie, from what I remember. Rebuild Generic Opera wasn't that very good. Wasn't that good either, but it had like a B movie charm to it. And when I say like I don't think the Rebuild Genetic Opera is a good movie, I say that in like the same way I'd say like it's not a good movie, but it's fun to watch. You know, it's kind of it's like saying it wasn't a great sandwich, but it filled me up. Whereas like that Repo movie was just plain dumb. Like, have you ever? Let me ask you guys a question. Have you ever seen a movie that was that was so dumb that you couldn't even like say, but had like a good had like a creative or smart thing in it, but there was something so dumb in there, or something you didn't like so much that you just couldn't give it praise, even despite any good qualities about it, you just couldn't give it praise because it's like you just hated like a certain thing that was in the movie. Like uh, for me, for example, there was a movie called Source Code, And the plot of that movie is that the main guy, who's like bomb a bomb diffuser, dies in an accident, but his brain is preserved, and so they have to. So what the government does is that they take his brain and they put him in a box, and in this box they have him re replay the explosion he died in again and again and again, so that he can find out who is the bomber and who they have to look for, because apparently they have a device that allows you to travel back in time to a moment before a disaster, and then like kind of change the course of history, but it changes nothing because it's all a simulation. Everyone you talk to is not really there, but a copy who they who they were. Like that's kind of creative, but at the same time, it's like I feel no I feel no attachment to any character because I know that they're all dead. They're all dead. They're not real. These are all like fake people. So as soon as you set that up, it's like, no, I don't care about what happens to them because they're not real. That's like saying that's like the same thing that happened with me whenever there's a movie about like robots feeling human emotions. It's like they don't feel human emotions, they just learned about human emotions. They were not pro robots can't learn to love. They are pre-programmed to love. So it's like stupid whenever I say like, and then the robot became smart and then he grew a heart. Like, no, you don't grow a heart. He just learned how to be sympathetic. Learned to show empathy. It's not a it's not a very groundbreaking skill. We got robots that don't even blink that can do that nowadays. Oh, as you can imagine, I'm not a big fan of Detroit Become Human. It's like these robots who we designed and made and created, they are trying to get equal rights, even though they have no rights because they're fucking products. Johnny Five is alive. I've never seen Johnny Five or any of those movies. I think I almost saw Chappie once, but I decided not to because I thought it would look because I because the more I looked into like the premise of it, the stupider it was. Like when I first heard about Chappie, I thought it was kind of like a charming premise because it's like, oh, this is a story about a robot that was meant to be security, learning how to be human by being raised by these horrible people. And it's like, okay. But then you actually see the movie, and it's like, oh, wait, these people aren't horrible. They're fucking degenerates. Like, crazy gangsta levels of stupid. And Chappie is this just childlike robot that's going like, yeah, gack gack, motherfucker. It's like, this movie just lost all of its charm in the course of a couple of minutes. So dumb. This isn't It's not E.T. It's not gonna be like you're not gonna feel happy to know gang these white trash gangsta thugs. They're just very they're terrible people. They like rob people and then teach Chappie. It's like, hey man, you gotta do what you gotta do. He's like, gotta do what you gotta do. And it's like, wow, what a horrible message. I empathize with no one. I guess that's kind of the point, but when there's no one to empathize with, then why am I watching these people? It is stupid. It's a dumb. It's one of those dumb movies. It has a good. I mean, granted, it's a good premise for a movie. It just needs to be in a better movie. Mm-hmm. 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 The only movie looking forward to is Tenet, or or maybe Bill and Ted 3. I don't know. I think I'm pretty sure Bill and Ted 3 might be fun. I mean, they did get. I mean, they got everybody back on board to do it, and it's like, yeah, everyone who's involved in that movie could have easily said no. Like they don't got. Like they clearly got other shit they could be doing, but they decided to be like, yeah, let's make a Bill and Ted 3. And it's not. And I'm hopeful, you know. I'm hopeful that it's going to be good. I'm not expecting it to be good, but I'm hopeful. And really, isn't that the best thing of all? Mm-hmm. Hmm. Let's just make sure. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And yep, checks out. Yep, checks out. Uh, oh yeah, I forgot the New Mutants was a thing. Granted, I tried to block out most of the X Men movies since, well, you know, X2 was fine. That's about it. So was First Class. Maybe the second Wolverine movie. Not the first one. Definitely not the first one. The second one was alright. Yeah, combine those two. Oh, yeah, I've been. Yeah, this. Yeah, this COVID has definitely made my time a lot more available to do a lot of shit I haven't done. Like, You want to hear something that's so stupid? You're gonna learn a little detail about me. When I plan something, I overplan it. You know? I guess I'm kind of like Lincoln in that way, where it's like, okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. But then I don't take into account how long the first thing's going to take, and then I forget about the second thing. What the second thing was. Only 3 weeks later, it's like, oh shit, I forgot about that thing. Oh wait, it's too late. The thing is over now, so I can't do that thing. Well, shit. Or I just keep putting the other thing off for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks when I could be doing it right now. Epic thirst quenching ASMR. Sorry about that. I didn't know if you guys could hear me drinking my drinking my Red Bull or not. Gotta stay hydrated with the power of Red Bull, the healthiest drink you can have right now. Don't tell me to drink water. I need to be awake right now. So it's Red Bull going straight into my veins. Tastes better than fucking Monster. I've tasted Monster. Tastes like more monster. Monster, more like monster. Of course, if I get a sponsorship, I'll be living exclusively off of G Fuel. Uh, Well, Dr. I guess that's the difference between me and Lemmy. I like the taste of Red Bull, and he has shit taste. Have you seen his? I mean, have you seen his girlfriends? I know. I draw most of them. The stream is sponsored by Rage Shadow Legends, Dollar Save Club, Book Club, Mattress Buyer. If you click the code right now, you can go fuck yourself for absolutely free. 20%. I'm sorry, I meant 20% off. There's so many. Yeah. Hmm. I feel like I should add a design to her socks or her jeans. I'm not sure. Gotta want. Yeah. I better focus on just inking this in first before I start making all big calls like designing shit. Add bats. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'll do that. Add bats. Little, it's got little bats, little tiny pajama bats. Pajama bats. It's a pajama jammy bat. Yeah, boy. Let's make that a little faster. It's so subtle, no one will ever notice. Oh, right, I forgot to add in his tats. I won't forget the lad's tattoos. You know, when Kana said, you must be the new people, that reminds me of this stupid, Stephen King movie. I don't know if you guys ever heard of it. It's called The Langoliers. You ever heard that one? Anyway, the movie is about well, it's not really a movie. It's more of a mini series. But the mini series is about a group of people who go aboard a plane, and when they all as they fall asleep, they wake up to find that all of the all of the passengers except for them have disappeared, and it's only like a select few people. They don't know what's going on. They don't even know how they're still in the air. I forget if they how they even managed to like land the plane, but anyway, they get the plane on the ground and they find themselves at an airport and there's like no one there and they're all just trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Long story short, psychic. The little girl, there's a blind girl who's psychic. She has the shining. Stephen King loves his psychic kids. One of them goes crazy and tries to kill the blind girl, kind of does it, and it turns out that the reason why they're all trapped in this weird blank space is that it's actually a void caught between time that gets eaten by these giant meatball looking monsters called the Langoliers, which are basically just giant meatballs with teeth that eat time. And it's so goddamn stupid. It has to be probably one of the stupidest things I've ever heard from a fucking Stephen King story. Because you can make that shit up. That's just so good. It is what it is, I guess. I mean, this is a guy who wrote a story about like a killer dog, and then forgot he wrote it. Crack, crack is a hell of a drug. The guy, it sold books, but it fucked up his head. That's for damn sure. I mean, how else are you gonna explain Maximum Overdrive? A movie he directed himself. Just go watch the trailer to Maximum Overdrive, where he's just basically talking to a camera, going like, "Hey, everybody, you gonna? A lot of people have been making movies out of my books, but you know what? I thought I'd make it myself, you know." Because everybody thinks they know Stephen King, but who knows Stephen King but better than Stephen King, and that's me. But don't trust him; he's a fucking jerk. Very coked out in that trailer. He's incredibly coked out in that trailer. I have never seen. He'll never admit to it though. Like everybody know. Like I try looking up like interviews of like, hey Stephen, remember the time you were taking cocaine? And it'd be like, what? No, no, I don't know. Just, it's like one of those It's like that thing like everybody knows, but you don't talk about it. It's like saying, yeah, Stephen King did drugs. We don't talk about it. It's kind of a thing that happened. Okay, got him some books. I got some books out of it. Probably not going to do it again, though. Probably for the best. Just saying. I can imagine so. Like, I haven't heard anything about, like, Stephen King in years. So I can't imagine his books are really flying off the shelves like they used to. It's kind of like, they're just kind of there. It's like, hey, well, you want to read this story about the thing that's spooky? Oh, it's spooky about it. Oh, it's spooky. That's about it. It's just really spooky. Ooh, scary thing. Actually, I actually do remember like one. I think it was maybe a modern story of his that got adapted, but but it actually has a good premise that was made into a movie. The movie, I forget the name of it, but the movie itself is about this woman who is having an affair with a guy, and the guy or their marriage is on the rocks or some shit, and they decide to get kinky, and they do it in the bedroom, and she like locks and he like locks her, chains her to the bedpost, and but while they're about to get down in doity, okay, the guy has a heart attack, and then he dies as she's chained to the bed. So now he had the only key, so she can't reach him, and now she's just stuck to the bed. And she has to like try to survive as she like slowly goes crazy with no one to help her, and no one in earshot, because it's like a remote house on a beach. Yeah, Gerald's Game, that's the name of it. I think Gerald was the name of the guy that croaks. But that is fair. I don't know if that's one of his recent stories or a recent short or a short story he wrote, but that is a pretty good like thriller concept for a thriller story. Just like someone stuck in a horrid situation with no way to get out. Reminds me a lot of the first time I saw the Saw movie, and I thought wow, that's so cool. And then I saw the second one, it's like, oh, it's not as cool as it used to be now. you guys ever you guys ever seen the Saw movies? 2007. Got it. So it wasn't a recent book, but it was definitely like newer than most of the stuff he's known for. So it's at least different there. But yeah, I like. But back on Saw, I love the first Saw movie because it was like a perfect example of like a really capturing like the idea of what makes Saw appealing. It's people making who don't know each other trapped in a desperate situation where they have to escape, and the more they learn, the less they trust each other, and the more desperate they become to like escape. And it was such a simplistic approach that you didn't need to add like too much to the movie. You just had to have those two guys in that room and have them like talk back and forth and dick around and learn a little something about each other, and, and that builds it up. It's kind of like a Maltese Falcon or 12 Angry Men. You learn more as you see these characters interact. But then But then you go into the second movie, and then shit gets fucking wacky. Like let's like one of the first traps you see. Uh, girl looks guy looks through a keyhole. Turns out there's a gun nailed to the other side of it. That when you specifically look through the keyhole, it shoots you in the eye. What's the lesson there? I thought the idea of these Saw games was supposed to be like a lesson. It's like, oh, you do not value your life, so therefore you must go through the ultimate trial of pain to see how much you truly value it. Like that makes sense. But it's like, but what was the lesson of that guy peeping through the keyhole? It's like, oh no, sneaky peeks on you sneaky peeker. And as silly as that is, that I could excuse that one because that's just silly. That can be like a little goof. It's kind of because like even the concept of like the reverse bear trap was like it's kind of silly when you think about it because it's like a reverse bear trap. It's like it's literally like a trap, a bear trap on your head that basically cracks your skull open. That's that's nuts. It's like crazy enough, but gruesome enough to make you not want to see that happen to that girl. But now, after every movie like that, it's like, yeah, I want to see what the fuck happens to these people. Let them get killed. I want to see people get like murdered. Like I don't care. These people, like like after the first movie and second one onward, every person who has been captured by Jigsaw or his 20 fucking followers all were picked because they are shitty human beings who did like the shittiest shit. They're not there for good reasons. They're there because they're assholes, and so you don't feel any sympathy for them to survive. It's like saying, I think it was like Saw 6 or the 3D one, where it was like there was like two guys who were fighting over a girl, and the girl kept making them fight each other to see who would win her in the end, or they could both get her killed and walk out alive. And she keeps switching back and forth between the guys saying like I like him, I like you. You're winning now, so I like you now. And it's like, okay, so this lady's just signing her own death warrant right then and there. So there's no real suspense here. I know what's going to happen. They're going to realize she's a bitch, and then they're going to kill her. And oh, what do you know? They did the thing I expected them to do. What a surprise. By that point, it's less about like the idea of Saw and more about like, hey, want to see these cool traps we came up with? Here, they're crazy. Because that's something I always wanted to see in like a Saw movie. I don't want to see a movie about Jigsaw himself, because clearly he's like a character. Because clearly the guy who plays him is getting too damn old to act. Don't bring him back anymore. Let him. He's been in 70 of these damn movies. Let him just rest. Let him be spooky in another film. Don't let him just be Jigsaw. I want to see like a Saw movie that about like a cult of Jigsaw, because that's kind of what it is. That's kind of what all the movies are. They're all just like, Jigsaw. Even though Jigsaw like captured me, I finally understand his ideology, and now I gotta test people like he did and carry on his legacy. Like, let's see a movie about that. Like someone who like from the perspective of someone who genuinely wants to carry on Jigsaw's legacy and wants to test people. I want to see it like from that perspective. and like someone who gets initiated into this like cult of Jigsaw, where they have to. The only way to get in is they have to volunteer someone they think doesn't value their life. It can't just be someone they don't like. It has to be someone they believe is doesn't value their lives, so they can put them to the test to see if they'll win. Cult of Jigsaw. Yeah. Fred Jones's fetish. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. I'm probably overthinking it myself because these are pretty much they're Halloween movies. You're not supposed to think too much about them. They're just there to entertain you every Halloween. Hey, new Halloween, guess what? New Saw movie. Boogity boogity boogity. Boogity boogity. Oh, that lady got sawed in half. Oh shit. I don't know. I'm too much I think too much about it. I think too much about like the uh philosophy and ideology of these traps and how it's like these are characters who claim they want to follow in the footsteps of Jigsaw, but they go against his own words. So it's like a nice message of like hypocrisy. How even though even if you're fucked up and you think your ideology is good, it people can just come along and just fuck that whole thing up. All it takes is one selfish person to spoil the whole pot for everybody. Whatever good intent there was, it's all gone now because this person isn't doing it exactly the way you intended it. And I'm not saying like I sympathize with Jigsaw because I don't. He's fucking crazy. Even if his like whole motivation in the movies was that his wife got was pregnant and he had cancer and he and a drunk driver killed his pregnant wife. Wait, did she die or there was a drunk driver, but somebody got caught in a car crash and Jigsaw survived, and yet he survived, and his whole thing after that was basically like people don't value their lives, so I'm gonna put them to a test to see if they truly give a shit. And it's like, okay, that makes sense. I mean, it's crazy, but I get it. That's like a genuine motivation. It's like people are so quick to ruin other people's lives because they don't value theirs enough. So you have, so he's like putting them to the ultimate test of basically saying like, you want to die? You want to kill yourself? Okay, let me help you. And if you don't want to die horribly, you just gotta prove to yourself you don't want to die. But then after, but then after that, it just turns stupid, and it becomes too much. You think too, and then you think too much about it. It's like it's like when I watched Paranormal Activity, and I said to myself, like, I want to understand the plot line. Like, who's collecting all these tapes? Well, what is the cult? What are these ghosts? Why are they doing this? And then and then you get all these movies going into the background and stuff, and it's like, oh my god, I actually don't give a fuck, because these answers are dumb. They're so stupid, especially that one with the Connect in it. You know the one where the neighbor kid is actually like possessed by a ghost, and they're like, hey, you want to see my cool non-product placement Connect? It's the new hottest thing. I never saw the last Paranormal Activity movie, and from my friend who has seen all of the Paranormal Activity movies, his suggestion was don't. And I take my friend's advice seriously. So if this is a guy who genuinely thinks this franchise is entertaining, and he's telling me not to see the last one, then I'm gonna follow that advice. Because if I didn't like, if the only Paranormal Activity movie I liked was two, then everything else was crap. And then yeah, I'm not gonna get. I'm probably not gonna like the last movie. I only liked the second movie because it didn't follow like stupid people like the first film. It's like, yeah, babe, there's ghosts in this house. No, I'm gonna film it. But even though that priest totally like pissed his pants on our in our living room and said that we have to leave the house, I'm still gonna stick around because I don't believe in ghosts. Bruh. And the fucking ghost leaves like chicken tracks on the floor. Why are the ghost footprints chicken tracks? Is it? Are they being haunted by the ghost of Colonel Sanders? Now see, now here, now see, now here. I'm a haunt you. I'm a haunt you now. Now see here, son. Now see here. Now get that camera out of my face, son, before I haunt you. I'm gonna possess your girlfriend and make her eat your face. They're getting haunted by the ghost of Foghorn Leghorn. Uh, someone called the chicken hawk. Let me at him. Let me at him. I'll show those ghosts who's boss. I don't completely believe that hope. Sometimes I actually like to learn about the world, you know? I'm not saying I want like every single answer or like a bibliography of their entire history. I'm just saying like give me some background, like give me something that this world is building on. And I think I got yeah. Yeah, it's looking good. Yeah, look at that. Look at this family. Look at this fam. Look at this. Look at this post. Look at this post grunge family. Her lullabies are are Nirvana songs. Yeah. Okay. Let's. Nope. Wrong layer. Yup. 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 Yep, 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 yep. I'm the aliens from Muppets. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, 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 yep. Hey, you guys remember the Muppet Show that Disney bought and then canceled? Yeah, me neither. May sweet blessings of my of evanescence rock you to sleep. Let me just clean up a little bit here. Just clean up our shoulder here. Just gonna clean this up here. Clean up a little bit. Her shoulder's looking a little discombobulated. I should put logos on their chests, on their chesticles. I don't know what to put on them, but I should put like some logo on both their shirts. Alright, you have a nice night, Hope. Thank, thanks for watching me draw this lempa. I'm still gonna keep. I'm still making stuff, folks, so don't worry. It's stream's not over. It's not over till it's not over. It's not over till I say it's over. Okay, it's over. No, it's not over. Haha, I fooled you. You've been doofed. Hmm. So a variation of the bat and bull skull, the bat logo, and the what's up with the lake picture? I don't know. I think that's just like a background thing I used for my YouTube thing. Because they asked, like, hey, do you want a background image? And I'm like, nah, use this. I was like, that's a nice picture. That will be your background image. Okay. It's like, okay. Okay. I'm just gonna make something random for his shirt. Whatever it is, it's angry. It's angry. Rattle me bones. Shiver me timbers. Let me just adjust this real quick so I make sure it's at the right angle. Right there. Alrighty then. Alright. You're her? Oh, I just now got. You just now got the notification for the stream? What the hell's going on with those notifications? They acting nuts? I don't know. I just like drawing random monster designs like this. It's kind of fun. There's no real rhyme or reason of whatever the hell this thing is. Maybe it's a band logo. Maybe it's a sponsor for something. Maybe it's just a fucking monster on his shirt. I don't know. I just wanted to draw a monster. Don't judge me. You're not my dad. It's my dad knows and fuck you. I ain't having none of that shit. What are you doing over here? I'm a Jewish man from Brooklyn. Hey, over here. What you doing over here? You're acting like a fool. Trying to draw my inbred characters here. What you doing? Coming up on my stream acting like a fool. Talking about me like I'm not here. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Am I a clown? Am I a clown to you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Are you the owner of this delicatessen? I don't think so. So butt off, slummer. Oh, hey, whoa, I'm walking here. I'm walking here. I'm in the vicinity of this car in which I am walking here. I'm Christopher walking here. Ow, gobble. I can't do it. I can't do the walking because the walking is too hard. It's not good. Did everybody like me in Hairspray? I liked that movie. It was a good time. Oh, basically, kind of a big deal. That's what. That's who. I'd be the scout. You know that would be me if I had like an actual ego. People come up here, they talk to me, they think they're like, Pano, you draw so good, like bitch, I know I draw good. I'm a fucking Rembrandt over here. Ain't nobody drawing like I draw. Nobody draw. Duh. I make this shit look good. It's tight. It's tight is what it is. It's so good. Don't even know. Don't even know. It's like I, it's only because I crave attention. Like my mama used to make the best mama magoo. I don't know. I keep switching between Italian and Brooklyn, Boston. What am I talking about? They're all the same thing. Oy vey. Look at this schlummer. It's a real schmucker. Eh, just hanging his speckle out for everybody to see. Thinks he's some big shot over here. That my son is a lawyer. My son, my son is a doctor. Did you hear about Karen's son? He robbed 7-Elevens. Well, my son robbed 7. I'm sure they will, Kana. I'm sure they would completely fight me on this. Luckily, I do not live in Brooklyn, nor do I live near Chicago. And I, I'm in Minnesota is close to Chicago, but ain't nobody coming all the way up to Minnesota just to tell me what's what. I sound like Harley Quinn now, huh? And Mr. J, the Batman's here, and he just shat all over your plans all over again. Oh, jeez. Ah, jeez. I used to be more charming in the TV show. Then the SJWs got a hold of me, and now I look like a Tic Tac exploded onto me. I look like a bag of Skittles just threw up on me. But apparently that's progressive now. So who am I? But who am I to judge? It's time to stop. No, I will not. I will never stop. I'll never stop making rude cartoons. Actually, they're very, they're not very rude. They're actually very nice. They're only occasionally rude, and even then, it's not meant to hurt anyone's feelings. Really, it's a very forgiving cartoons. I'll never stop making forgiving cartoons. Speaking of Batman, recently I've been watching Beware the Batman. You guys ever heard of that one? That was the Batman show that was on Cartoon Network for like a short time before it got taken off the air for some reason. I think it was like right around the time that D- DC wanted to like separate itself from Cartoon Network for some reason. And so like a bunch of their shows got canceled out of the blue, like Young Justice and Green Lantern, even though they were doing pretty well. They had like a strong fan base behind them. It was like saying, "Yeah, we want to see more." Well, too bad it's getting canceled because ain't nobody's buying the toys. What, you think we're here to entertain you? Yes, nah, but you're wrong, and you smell like a goose. How dare you? Yeah, but back on Beware the Batman. I've been watching it on on HBO Max since I subscribed to that to watch Infinity Train and some other shows. So I figured like, let's give this a shot. I never finished it, and I can see why I never finished it because I can even see why it got canceled because there's nothing much to it. Like I think it was trying too hard to be its own thing. Way like it tried way too hard to be its own kind of identity. In the sense that how do I put this? All right, so first off, it's the same aesthetic as before. It's like it's about the Batman and he's doing things and he's stopping crime. But this is like early in his career, so so Gor, so Gordon isn't a commissioner yet, so and he's just like a cop who just doesn't like Batman. He's like, oh, that Batman, he's making a mess. He's a vigilante. Gotta arrest him. And he's like, I'm just here to help. And it's like, oh, gotta arrest that Batman. Also, Alfred is like a British soldier who's like in his who looks like he's about in his 30s. He was former MI6, and he recruits Katana, who becomes like the Robin of this show. But I don't know why Katana is there because apparently they needed someone. They do bring in the Soul Sword, but she never uses it. It becomes like a plot point for like the first 16 episodes. And I'm about like 23 episodes in, 22, where now after the big plot line of the Soul Sword is settled, now everything's just like, okay, now we're just gonna run around and fight crime. Like like you can see a lot that the show is basic. Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. What, you didn't hear me? Yeah, Katana is the Robin of this show. Like Barbara, Batgirl is there, but she's not. But she doesn't. She never becomes Batgirl, or at least as far as I've gotten. She's just straight up Oracle from the beginning. No wheelchair, just like I know how to use the computers. And Batman's constantly at this big struggle, like, oh, who is Batman and who is Bruce Wayne? When it was never really established, like there was a big difference. I don't know. They never really establish it. Like that doesn't actually become like a plot line until like 20 episodes in, where it's like, oh, I've been Batman for too long. I gotta get out of this suit. I've been fighting crime for too long, too long. You know, and all the villains he fights are all like D-list or like original villains from the show. Like it's Doctor Pig or Magpie, which is who is like a bird, but she just looks like Lady Gaga. I'm not even joking. Just look it up. Like Magpie, Beware the Batman. That's just straight up Lady Gaga. Ooh la la. You get other, and then you get your other cast of characters like fuck, I can't even name them off the top of my head. They're just that dull. Humpty Dumpty. Yes, he fights a character called Humpty Dumpty, and you know what he fights with? Toy soldiers, because all the king's soldiers and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty back together again. Ha 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 ha. Ah, it's a nursery rhyme. Aren't they clever? I thought I mistook him for like the toy maker when he first like showed up because it's like, oh, here's a childish guy who fits people into giant toy soldiers that will explode if you remove them from the toy soldiers. So yeah, that's toy maker. Nope, it's Humpty Dumpty. I wish the Mad Hatter was in this show. Like 20 I'm 20 I was 22 episodes in and only then did they decide to bring in like someone we'd actually recognize, which was Killer Croc. And they gave him like a thick Cajun accent. Oh, now there, Batman, you ain't gonna do no trouble now around here. Oh, you think you the big fish in the pond, but buddy, you in the bayou now. Down by the bayou, Barshaway. I mean, it's a bit more clever than the usual, like, Killer Croc going, I got your scent, Batman. You know, it's a step up at least. I know. I'm getting sick of like animalistic Killer Croc. I want like normal Killer Croc, or at least something that's somewhere between that and maybe like the original show's Killer Croc. No, he didn't sound like Murdoch. I wish he sounded like Murdoch. That would have been cool, but it was just like a big, thick Cajun accent because he's a gator, and gators are in the bayou. And they turn also Two Face is in there too, Harvey Dent, and he feels the role of the scumbag politician who just hates Batman because he hates Batman. Like they literally give no real reason other than, oh, I don't like that Batman. He doesn't. I can't manipulate the Batman, so I don't like him. So I want to arrest the Batman. And he turns into such a fucking crybaby. It's so stupid. It's like even when you bring back the characters people know, you end up like ruining them. Like I didn't even hate the show, but then like by the time it actually started getting shit I'm familiar with, I disliked it. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Either way, I'm probably gonna. Yeah, basically he's Lex Luthor without the bald spot. But I guess like the biggest thing that kind of hurts the Batman, Beware the Batman, is that there's nothing really attached about it. There's nothing to really like gravitate towards and say like, yeah, it's not like the Batman or Batman the animated series or uh, Batman Beyond or Batman Brave and the Bold, but it's a Batman. It's a Batman show. You can watch the Batman, and it's like no, it's not even a really good Batman show. Like there's no real. There's nothing to really gravitate towards. Katana isn't much of a character. Like, she's just there to basically be like, to ask questions like, who's that? What's going on here? How can you do this? Maybe you're maybe you're pushing yourself too far. Mm. Yeah, you know what? I think it is the only Batman show with no Joker. Cause oh, you know why there's no Joker? Cause they replaced Joker. They just call him Anarchy now. Yeah, there's just a character who's basically called Anarchy, who just likes to cause chaos and toy with Batman, be like, "Oh, Batman, you think you're above all a symbol of order, but I can prove that you are not as innocent as you pretend to be." They just turn Anarchy into the Joker. It's like you're not even trying to be subtle. There's characters already in the fiction you can use. You don't need to go back and change characters. Like Anarchy in the Arkham game and Arkham Knight was a lot better than this Anarchy. This Anarchy's just basically got a boner for Batman. You know, a guy from the Anarchy in Batman Arkham Knight who has a boner for Batman, but you know, it's kind of relatable. It's kind of like a Templar. Joker is Antifa. Hey Batman, do you want to join Antifa? Oh Batman, I know what's wrong with you. You're sub-8 male. You're new male, Batman. All that guano in your cave. You can't find a date, Batman. That's why you hang around with the boys all the day. You know, speaking of hanging around little boys all the time, I never understood that perspective. Like when they were like censoring comic books back in the day, it's like saying, "Man, whenever I see Batman and Robin spend time together, I think, wow, they are clearly in a sexual relationship." And I'm like, really? It's a bit of a stretch. That's like what was going through people's head back in the 1960s? Were they just looking for like any excuse to like get comics banned? That they just like looked at Batman and Robin as like, ooh, mm, mm, mm. I know it's a huge stretch. I mean, they were on point with the whole Wonder Woman being basically just a bondage fetish because because the original creator of Wonder Woman did have a bondage fetish. He also had two wives, one of which was a student. There's a whole movie about it. Yeah. It's crazy what goes through people's minds when they want to make an argument for themselves. It's bananas. Bananas. No, wait. No, 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 no. Gotta use thicker lines. Ah, screw it. I'll just use that for shading. Yep, 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 yep. I never understood how people think like that. I just want to think, it's hard to rationalize crazy people. They are. It's like trying to make sense. It's trying to talk to a cat. They just stare at you with those lifeless, glowing eyeballs. Stare at you for a couple of seconds, then walk away. And you're like, "Don't you turn your back on me?" And he's like, "Nah." And you're just like, and she's like, "Nah." But it is what it is, I guess. Alright, now to do some quick shading. And this pupper is done. And we'll be done with this pupper. Going based off of these, the light should be coming from this direction. So I'm gonna try to adjust the light, the shading, to reflect that. Oh my god, I forgot to draw Lemmy's ear. How did I forget that? I remembered everything else, but that I forget? It's crazy. Oh well. Omega, people are still awful. People still make stupid excuses. Just nowadays we have the internet to prove them wrong. And even then that's not completely accurate. We just kind we just have to constantly deal with stupid people. And it can honestly be frustrating. So I guess like don't stress out about it. I guess like that's the main takeaway. And the and that's the rest of the story. Finger there, finger up there. His chesticles there, after that. And go light under his beard, some around the fingies, around the beard, around the eye, ear. Like one of the key things about when you're shading something is to remember where the light is coming from, and that if anything, the point of the shading is to make an object appear more three-dimensional than just a flat image. Like before, it was just them on the couch, but now they got deaf. Thanks for coming to Pat's TED Talk. This is not a TED Talk, this is a Pat Talk. My name's not Ted. Stop telling people that I'm Ted. I'm not Ted. Why do you keep calling me Ted? Why do they keep inviting me and putting me on the stage? I do not like being here. It's not. It's too big. It's too big a stage. It makes me feel small. I'm not the funny talking stuffed bear. I don't like that movie. That movie's so dumb. It's basically just like Seth MacFarlane's like one man comedy show. It's like saying, oh, I'm gonna make a movie where I'm just a talking bear the whole movie. And it's gonna make millions, more than Family Guy, more than American Dad, more than anything. I'm gonna be rich. Just gonna be me in front of a camera with Mark Wahlberg, and we're gonna talk about shit. That's it. That's the whole movie. Me and a talking bear. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fantastic. You're going to see it. You'll see it twice. In fact, we'll make more than one movie. Fuck it. Fuck it. We'll do it live. And I'm gonna do a little extra shading just to add some, like, coloring the couch a little bit. Just to give it some. Just to make them pop out a little more. Oh, I gotta erase that arrow. Burp, 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 burp. And done in. Oh, wait. Almost forgot. Can't forget her eyeshadow. Can, can, can't leave. Goth MILF. Can't leave home without it. Yeah, all of Seth MacFarlane's movies suck. Yeah. No argument there. I've seen, most. I've seen some of them. They're not very good. Let me fix this shading on her face a little bit. Much better. And there. I think I got just about everything with this picture. Let's just fix some errors there. There's some maybe little details in the couch here, real quick. Oops. Almost forgot. Almost forgot. Forgetty spaghetti. I think the thing with Seth MacFarlane, I think it's just that he's not that he lacks talent. I think he is completely aware of what he can do and that he could do a lot better, but that he doesn't really need to go. He doesn't really need to. Like, take for example, like early. That's why I always like refer to old Family Guy compared to the new Family Guy, for like a comparison's sake. Like, look at old Stewie. He had like soliloquies, and whenever he threatened to murder someone, it was like poetic or romanticized to a point where it's like, oh, now is the winter of your discontent, or some shit like that. And nowadays, it's just like, oh, it's a gay baby. Oh, Brian. Oh, Brian. You can't. Brian. I'm feeling positively randy. Oh. It's not even clever anymore. It's just like straight up just gay jokes. It's not even clever comedy. It's just like, "Ugh." That's the problem. Like you could actually writing a character with like that many like not like classic literature references might can be hard, and but it just makes the moments where you see that character interact may all the more benefit, all the more engaging because because it's funny. It's funny to see a genius baby try and kill his mom, and then they kill that joke because it's like, oh, let's just get rid of this joke. Everybody likes. I'm sure that's not gonna. I'm sure that's not going to hurt perceptions of the show at all. So do we care? It's the dumb show about the dumb man and his dumb family. Time to make a Beta, it's time for your 9 o'clock retard joke. Eh, sweet. I remember the two-parter. I wasn't even that clever of a two-parter either. Alright, I think that will do it for this drawing. Only took about 2 hours. That's not bad. Oop, almost forgot. Nearly missed this part. Burp, burp, burp. And now we can save it. Okay. Yeah, it did turn out nice, didn't it? I like. It's always nice to like draw these little family moments. All right. So next up, we're going to be working on the Oh, right. I just I just got done saving this. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're acting crazy. You're crazy. Didn't save. I always save. I'm the save master. That's what I do. That's what I do. I see something, I save it. I try. Alright, so next piece is going to be this one. This is Joe versus the children of the lake. uh, Chat's running a little behind. So when I saw like you saying, "Oh, that's adorable," I I pulled up the picture of Joe and it's like, yes, isn't it adorable how he's manhandling these tiny amphibian children? Uh, Boy. Anyway, so for this, I'm going to do. These are the fish kids. Yes, this is actually based off a real life. No, no, not a real life. A creepypasta of the same name, which I am going to play while I work on this. I'm not gonna like show the video, but you're gonna hear the audio, so I think it should be okay. These things look like Twitch chat. Commissions. Oh, do I have commissions? Okay, 1 second. Hold on a second, I gotta look up where are those fish kids? I'm looking for the fish kids. Children of the lake. Seafood. I think the best joke I heard about these fish kids is that uh they look like the tadpole version of the tadpole version the tadpole version of the puppet, the frog puppet from Black Dynamite. You killed my dad! You motherfucker, you killed my dad! Oh, you bitch! I don't know where it's from. I just remember that. I just remember that was hilarious. Alright. Uh, alright. I think I found it. I'm kind of glad that someone commissioned this to me, because I was able, since it linked me straight to the YouTube video it was based on. It's actually pretty informative, because I like they have like a whole collection of like creepypasta stories that are, they're pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good. All right, here we go. Now, just making. Let me make sure you guys can hear.
Dimension.
Make sure you guys hear it. Alright.
People have always wondered how I've been able.
Yeah, it's loading a bit slowly.
To live in such an isolated place. It mostly consists of dense forests and marshlands sprouting up around a vast lake that's considered a local beauty spot. The truth is, I've always preferred how isolated it is from the rest of the world and surrounding tranquility.
Fuck's sake.
I've always loved taking walks around those
I gotta
paths,
I gotta take off some
the gentle
tabs. I
rustle
think
of the
it's
wind
slowing
through
it
the
down.
shivering reeds, and the
I got
crunch
too
of
many
leaves.
tabs. Too many tabs. I got too many things running at once.
Beneath my feet seemed to wash away the stress of the daily commute to work. It almost seemed like it
Jesus Christ, what is wrong with this thing?
existed separately from the rest of the world.
Sorry about this, folks. The thing's just. I love that bastard Curtis. He cracks my shit up. Yeah, man, I love that.
My
Okay.
own private dimension. It had been raining heavily that summer, and I found myself aching to get back to my daily routine. My dog, Bailey, had been just as eager.
As soon as I get back to the fucking side, this thing decides to like slow down or just stop. I don't know why it keeps doing this. I think it's because I have too many tabs open. Just give me a sec, folks. I should have this taken care of in a second here. Provided the computer wants to work with me.
Scratching and whining at the front door,
Okay.
being a border collie. She lived to roam the open green, which made her a perfect companion for me. On the first clear day, we had both left that morning without a single hesitation. The scent of wet leaves on the misting air filled my nostrils. Bailey pushed on ahead, her tongue lolled out and happily panting. I had to jog just to keep up with her as she tugged at a leash. We had taken our usual route around the lake, through the bog, half hidden by reeds. Flies buzzed lazily over our heads under the warming sun, casting stretching shadows of the thin trees that plotted the ground. Moss clung to their dark brown trunks, climbing toward their branches. The squelching ground beneath us half soaked into my shoes. But I didn't care. I just. A low rustle thicket made Bailey go rigid in a step, ears pricking up. Scent of
Okay.
something. Probably a rabbit. She turned to me, her big brown eyes wide and pleading. I laughed. Okay, girl, I told her, clipping off her leash. Go right on ahead. She disappeared as a black and white blur through the surrounding grasses. The white tip of her tail sticking upwards was the only sign of her for the next few minutes, until it too was swallowed up into the towering green, leaving only some rustles, splashes, and the occasional bark. I stood there, watching and arching my back towards the warm sunlight that streaked through the disappearing grey clouds. It felt like forever since I had felt it on my skin. It had been a few minutes of complete relaxation when I noticed the silence. It was something I had long become used to, but this one was different. There were no birds chirping in the trees or patter of rabbits' feet. Bailey's bark seemed to have been swallowed up by it. Bailey, I called out, my heart already pounded with anxiety. Nothing. Here, girl, I whistled. Still, nothing. My stomach knotted. Bailey was my best friend. I had her for 3 years. I loved her. Even just the thought that something might have happened to her was like a knife twisting into me. I rushed forwards, peeling back the plants and calling her name. A low rustle silenced the growing worry inside of me. My heart leapt. God, you really scared me there. As my eyes adjusted to the small form paddling through the shallow end of the lake, the thought rooted me to the spot. It wasn't Bailey. I had no idea what it was. Its small, pale form skimmed effortlessly through the water, barely making a ripple. The assumption that it was a fish was thrown out when it hoisted itself onto the dry banks, shaking itself dry. Its skin was neither scaly nor covered in fur. Instead, a thick, sickly grey that bulged out with warts, not unlike a toad. Its body shone slick with water in the overhead sunlight. Its massive head that bobbed down as it dragged itself around on its tiny limbs. A careless stumble alerted it to my presence. It turned around, and the breath froze inside my body. Pure black stared back at me. There was no iris or sclera to be seen. Its eyes were huge, taking up almost 2/3 of its skull, and almost devoid of light. Underneath were 2 tiny holes and a thin, almost invisible line that composed the mouth and nose. In all my time living here, I'd become acquainted to the local wildlife: birds, frogs, badgers, voles, and even the occasional deer. But it was like nothing I'd ever seen before. Yet, there was something unnervingly familiar about it. It looked like a baby. I remember the vague, dusty science lessons when my class had been shown one developing amidst barely muffled giggles and whispers. Aside from the obvious inhuman features, it was almost identical. The oversized head, the big eyes, and the underdeveloped limbs. It blinked, straining its neck under the weight of its bulbous skull to look up at me, its mouth expanding into a toothless, gaping grin, cooing as it crawled over. I just stood there, my rational mind trying to process the abnormal sight in front of me, if it was even real. I jolted as I felt a sudden pressure on the toe of my shoe. I looked down to see the creature chewing on it, a pearly string of drool slicking the mud-encrusted leather. The creature gaped up with another vacant smile. If it hadn't been for those pitch-black, soulless eyes that seemed to be trained on my slightest breath, I would have called it cute. As grotesque as it was, I felt a sudden compulsion to pick it up and rock it in my arms. I didn't know if it was centuries of human instinct encoded in me, or just pity for how misshapen it was. But every cell in my body seemed to be pushing for it, despite the fear wavering through my body. There was more rustling coming from a patch of dense reeds close to where the creature and I was. I saw a flash of peeking black before 2 more tiny heads poked through. Another submerged up from the still surface of the lake. Soon, it had been joined by 5 more identical creatures. They stared up curiously at my new, alien presence, though, unlike the bolder one, they seemed to be keeping their distance, half hidden in the bogland, emitting high-pitched chirps and gurgles. Bailey had been pushed to the back of my mind, though ever present. I craned around the tiny thing, trying my best not to step on it as my eyes scanned for any distinctive movement amongst the plants. I wondered whether she had encountered one and chased it off into the distance, thinking it was a rabbit. Looking down at the stubby appendages, I doubted any of them would get very far. I winced at the thought, hoping that she hadn't killed one of them. Bailey didn't have a bad bone in her body, but she never realized her own strength, especially when it came to things smaller than her. I sucked in a breath, fingers clenching at my sides. Lifting my foot slightly, I managed to slide the creature off without harming it and knelt beside it until its head was just inches away from mine. Without even understanding what I was doing, my hands were already around its sides, hoisting it into the air. It kicked its chubby legs in glee at the sudden contact, tiny hands pawing at the air, trying to reach my face. Its squealing rose to a near inaudible pitch, wearing a wide smile. I soon found myself forgetting my fear, lulled by the soft sounds it was making, and found myself smiling at its antics. It looked at me as if I was the most amazing thing it had ever seen in its life, the same way Bailey always did. It possessed that unconditional adoration that only children and animals are capable of. It needed me. The moment was so consuming that I barely even registered something floating across the water. I found myself prepared to dismiss it as a lily pad until I looked closer. I only saw the bloody scraps of black fur when it was already too late. As my head turned back to the thing in my hands, I saw sharpened teeth slide out from under the shadow of its pale pink gums, where there had been none just minutes before, almost too big for its mouth, with the tattered remains of a dog collar stuck to them. Its body began to vibrate, jaws snapping. I found myself barely able to hold it back, regardless of being several times bigger than it. The sweet coos and gurgles it had been making morphed into hungry snarls and hisses. I hurled it to the ground. It bounced off the stones, lying still for a few minutes. I was sure that I had killed it until it pushed itself off the ground, dazed. Those same eyes turned towards me, glassy with tears. Its bottom lip quivered. It threw its head back with a pitiful wail. Any thought of escape or even retaliation for what it had done to Bailey instantly evaporated in my head as the sound rang through my ears. The cry of a newborn baby. My leg muscles pushed myself towards it, despite the screaming protests of my mind, my hands already reaching out to it. A scream tore itself from my throat, sent a flock of birds resting in a nearby tree scattering, as I felt miniature bladed teeth embed itself into my calf, tiny fingers bruising my skin. They swarmed around my feet like a shoal of tiny humanoid piranha, clambering up my ankles towards my knees, trying to pull me to the ground. My hands helplessly groped towards the sky, my legs encased by slithering bodies. God, they were all laughing too. Scratchy, distorted imitations of real babies as they had me surrounded. My mind was a blur of panic. I would die here. They would rip me apart into nothing, just like they had done to my best friend. Memories of Bailey flashed through my mind in quick succession. Her warm, wet nose, her soft fur beneath my fingers, the clack of her paws down the wooden hallway. All the things I loved about her that I knew I would never experience again. Rage bubbled upwards in me, spilling over. With one swift, adrenaline-fueled kick, I managed to send two flying back into the lake. Another skull fractured beneath my heel, soft brains spilling onto the ground. I broke into a stumbling run, pain rushing up from the open wound already soaking through the leg of my jeans. but I refused to stop or look back, their shrieks spilling into my ears. I didn't know how far I had run before I finally crumpled into a ditch. The blue denim of my jeans was soaked maroon from the gaping wound they had left behind. My eyes remained frozen to the gravel, too afraid to look up in case I saw them crawling towards me. When I raised my head, only to see the empty road, I fell over and wept. It's been a year now since that day. I don't go walking anymore, at least not down that path. The scar still runs over my leg, a good 2 inches in length. Though it's faded with time, the memories haven't. There hasn't been a day where Bailey hasn't occupied my mind. Her food bowl still sits in the corner of my kitchen, gathering dust. Her leash strung up over the upstairs landing, and her toys are still scattered around, ready to be played with. I didn't have the heart to get rid of them. Some days I just sit on the edge of my bed and look at them. No matter how hard I try, my thoughts always settle back to two painful words. If only. If only I hadn't chosen to walk around that lake. If only I hadn't let Bailey off a leash. If only we'd left when I heard the unearthly silence. Nevertheless, I tried to think of the good times we shared, to keep her memory alive. No one goes near the lake anymore. Animals have gone missing down there. A few people, too. The police have searched for them, but always come up empty-handed. It's the kind of place where no one really knows how many have disappeared down there. But I know exactly where they are. I've already put the house up on the market. I'm still waiting on a buyer, but I just want to get out of this place as quickly as possible. Never did I think that I would ever want to leave this place.
Hey, Razak.
But here I am. Sometimes when it's dark,
Just working on
I can hear scuffling
working
on
on
my
this
front
Joe
porch.
Crypt drawing.
There are mornings where I find half-eaten animal parts roped around the grass. The crying of a baby seeps into my dreams with hellish shrieks, growls, and whispers. Bared teeth flash out through the darkness of my mind, along with the flashing reflection of huge, shark black eyes and rippling waters encircling me, ready to descend and rip apart my flesh. There's no relief from it, not even when I wake up. Especially when I see the dozens of tiny red handprints smeared along the edges of my bedroom window. I had to go back. It had been playing on my mind for the better part of 3 decades. I tried to forget most of my time there on the farm. They were mostly horrible memories, but bits and pieces of those horrible memories kept finding their way back to me as I grew older, and they left behind a question I needed answered. Could such terrible things exist in this world? I pulled into the dirt driveway that led to the house that had long since been abandoned. The 2-story farmhouse sat on a small hill, dark and wistful. As I approached up the winding dirt driveway, I could see the dirty, rotting wood and broken shutters hanging open from dark windows. That had been my home in the 1980s. I grew up there. I had left when I was 9. It was a small farm, only one cornfield, small enough that my father could work it alone with some leased machinery. Though the land was small, he made a good amount of money from it. The farm was different, strange. The land is ripe for growing, Dad had said to me once, He pulled a scarecrow from the equipment shed that sat next to the cornfield. There were 4 scarecrows, and Dad would set them up just after the field was sowed in growing season. They would always go up in a diamond pattern. First one, he would hammer at the north end of the field,
Sorry, I just need to
second one
charge
to the
my
west
phone real
end,
quick.
third one to the east end, and fourth one to the south end.
Still got Chad.
I'd always
He
wondered why
said
he
there.
didn't hammer
So
in the west end scarecrow last. It was the closest to the house. Things had their order on that farm. You see, Dad said, it's special land. Real special. Yields are off the charts for the size of the field. Stop chucking that football about and listen up, Timmy. I did what he said and followed behind him closely as he dragged the scarecrow to the south end of the field. The butt of the scarecrow's stake dragged through the dirt, kicking up dust. I listened carefully to Dad. When he told you something, he only spoke kindly once. If he had to tell you twice. This is going to be your farm one day, Dad said. He drove the scarecrow's stake into the ground. So soon, not this harvest season, but maybe next, I'm going to start teaching you of how things work around here, little by little. He then hammered the top of the stake that ran up the back of the scarecrow like a spine. I flinched at each of the 4 cracking shots. When he was done, he wiped the sweat off his brow and turned to me, his brooding figure silhouetted by the now low afternoon sun. This land's good, Timmy. Real good. He smiled, with a twinge of a wild look in his eyes. You just need the right fertilizer. With that, he started back towards the house. I stood there for a moment, staring up at the scarecrow, its featureless straw face framed by a hood fashioned out of ragged burlap sack. Strange strands of straw, poking from its head, fluttered in the gentle breeze. Something in my stomach churned over. I never did like those things. I popped the trunk of my rental car, pulled out a shovel, then closed the trunk again. I looked out over the field. It was barren now, the soil untouched for decades. The equipment shed was far to my right, on the east side of the field. It was as decrepit as the house. The roof had partially caved in, and the wall planks were warped in places. An iron chain fastened by 2 heavy-duty padlocks locked the doors. I swallowed hard. I prayed they were not in there. I started toward the farmhouse. The pylons were still out. On afternoons in the growing season, when the scarecrows are in the field, and just as the sun turned orange and started its descent to the horizon, Dad would hammer in 10 4-foot wooden pylons around the house, and then take them down first thing in the morning. Each pylon had carvings on them, strange symbols that looked similar to what you'd see on a totem pole. What are those? I had asked once. I'll tell you one day. You're not ready to know yet. When the pylons and scarecrows were out, Dad had a strict rule. I had to come inside when the bottom of the sun touched the horizon. One afternoon, I'd spent too long playing outside. The sun was a big, orange semicircle peeking over the horizon line. But I did not care that day. I was having too much fun and was feeling a tad rebellious. So I played. I was chucking Hail Mary passes to myself down the driveway. In my head, I was the star quarterback of my favorite team, the New England Patriots. I always wanted to be like Dan Marino, and even though he was a Dolphin player and a division rival, he was still my favorite player. The high-flying gunslinger star quarterback that could chuck the ball 80 yards through the air. Yeah, that was me in my dreams. But reality was, I never had the talent for the game, unfortunately. But that afternoon, for a short while, with a rambunctious imagination of a 9-year-old, I was king. I heaved the ball in the air and took off underneath it. Timmy Brentwood throws the pass high and long, I shouted. I watched the wobbly spiral descend, and at full sprint, I stuck out my hands, bobbled the ball, and caught it. He's got it! He's at the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Patriots! I spiked the ball into the dirt. Timothy Brentwood throws the last-second winning touchdown pass in the Super Bowl. The greatest quarterback to ever. Timmy, my father said sternly from the porch. Reality came crashing back. What's the rule? Inside before sundown. Get a move on. Anger suddenly burned in the base of my chest. He was always ordering me around. I was always doing what he wanted. Always had to listen to him. He never listened to me. I was always meek and good and followed his orders. I never got what I wanted, so he could get screwed as far as I was concerned. Just this once I wanted to play. No, I don't want to, I said, with all the misplaced confidence of a rebellious child. I want to keep playing. Dad stomped down the porch steps with purpose. He spoke through gritted teeth, his veins and tendons bulging from his neck. If I have to go out there and get you, boy. My heart froze. The confidence and anger melted away as quickly as it came. I was only scared now. I started back into the house, running past the pylons Dad had erected earlier in the afternoon. At the base of the porch steps, he grabbed me by my wrist and hauled me up without my feet touching the wood. He put me back down on the porch and grasped my shoulders tightly. He dropped his face to mine, his piercing gaze flaring with a ferocious intensity. You listen to me when I tell you to do something, boy. Then I got a hard clip over the ear. My ear went numb and rung with a high-pitched whir. My eyes swelled with tears. I looked at him, stunned. It was not the first time I'd been hit, but it was the first time I'd been hit over the head. Now, go to bed, right now, without supper. Without saying anything, I ran inside, up the steps, slammed my door, and curled under the covers. I buried my face into the pillow, and only then did I sob. I walked past the pylons that had remained for all these years. Some still stood, others had toppled over. They were old now, blackened with mold and weathered. The wood split and the carvings faded. I walked up the porch steps that moaned their old age. For a moment, I stood at the front door, tears stinging the back of my eyes. It was not the house I'd come back for. It was what was in the field I needed to see. But it was the home I wanted to see, because through the bad memories, there was still some good. The hinges whined as I pushed the door open. The house was as I remembered, untouched from that last dreadful night I spent here all those years ago. The night we had to flee. Only now, the home was caked with dust and mold. Cobwebs had collected in the corners. The wallpaper had peeled in large sheets off the wall. All these artifacts of neglect and abandonment. The TV was still there, greyed with thick dust. Tears streamed down my face as I stood in the living room, the furniture standing around me like ruins. Every Sunday morning we would sit around there. I got to watch Looney Tunes on the TV as Dad would sit in his recliner reading the paper or a book, and Mum would make us her famous pancakes. No one could, or ever will, make them like Mum could. They were thick and fluffy, served with a generous drenching of maple syrup. If we were especially lucky, she would add chocolate chips to the batter and serve with a dollop of ice cream. That was the best. When she was done cooking, she would come through from the kitchen with 2 plates stacked high with pancakes. She would give one to Dad with a kiss, and one to me with my own peck on the cheek. Then she would get her plate and join us in the living room. I would cuddle up next to her on the sofa, and we would sit together to enjoy her pancakes and watch cartoons. It was the one time during the week that everything did not feel so cold. The one time Dad did not feel so distant. The one time I was not scared of him. The one time he would actually have a conversation with Mom and me, instead of talking in short and simple bursts or barking out orders. The one time we were a real family. I wiped my tears with my sleeve and walked outside, leaving the home behind me for the last time. I waded out into the field, the soil hard beneath my boots. I could feel the field spirit. With some satisfaction, I felt it was weak. Dad had called it special. I would call it evil. The night Dad had sent me to bed with a clip over the ear and no supper, Mum had come up with some soup and a glass of soda. She handed it to me with a kiss on the forehead. "A mother can't let a child go hungry," she said. "It goes against all my nature." "Thanks, Mummy. I know he's rough, Timmy, but try not to get too mad at him. He worries for you, that's all." "I don't care. I hate him." She sighed and looked away, then ruffled my hair and gave me a smile. "He does what he can to provide. Just leave the bowl and glass on the nightstand. I'll come in later and take it to the kitchen." She got up and walked to the door, pausing to say, "I love you." "I love you too, Mommy," I said, and she left the room. Later in the night, I had awoken suddenly. I sat bolt upright. My football. I left it outside that afternoon. It was my only ball, and it was just sitting out there, plain as day down in the driveway. If one of the older kids, the neighbours from a few miles down the road, saw it the next morning, they would surely steal it, if they had not already. And if they stole it, Dad would not buy me another. I could already hear his lecture in my head. "Let it be a lesson learned. If you don't take care of your things, they won't take care of you," he would always say. I creaked to my door, eased it open, and peeked around the corner to my parents' room down the hall. The door was shut, and the house dark and quiet. Perfect. I crept down the stairs and tiptoed to the kitchen, where Dad kept the front door keys in one of the drawers. I grabbed them, and then, dipping in and out of the moonlight that flooded through the windows, I tiptoed to the front door. I eased back the deadbolt as slowly and quietly as I could. They drew back with a faint click. I waited nervously after each one clicked back, listening for my parents' door to fly open with my father's heavy footsteps tumbling out like a madman. But they never came. I opened the door and stepped out onto the porch. My ball sat 15 yards away, looking lonely in the driveway. I was prepared to make a mad dash for it, run over, pick it up, run back, lock the doors, sneak back upstairs, and go to bed. Dad would be none the wiser. But before I could take off down the driveway, I was distracted by a rustling noise coming from the cornfield to my left. The corn stalks were about 6 foot by then, and shining a pale green under the moonlight. A man's muffled scream came from the corn. My heart leapt. The corn was restless. The stalks rustled back and forth in the center of the field. And then came another muffled scream. I froze. My knees became watery. Scarecrows. They were not in their usual spots. They were closer together, in the center of the cornfield, their hooded heads poking out over the top of the stalks. And they were moving. The corn rustled violently, as did the scarecrows. They moved about wildly, as if they were wrestling with something. Another muffled scream. I watched on, wide-eyed and frozen with terror, as the scarecrows fought with something among the cornstalks. I thought that this was surely a bad dream, a terrible dream, a nightmare. And, in a sense, it was a nightmare. Just not the kind you can wake up from. The muffled scream cut off abruptly. The scarecrows froze for a moment, their hoods ruffling gently in the breeze. They craned their heads, and their straw faces, featureless, but somehow ingrained with hatred, settled on me. I was seeing something I should not be seeing. A shiver trickled down my spine. Somewhere in the distance, a crow called. Caw-caw, 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 caw-caw. I was just about to scream when a hand grasped the back of my pajama collar and pulled me backwards into the house. I was flung to the ground by Dad. He stepped around me and slammed the door shut, then locked the 2 deadbolts. They drew shut with an emphatic shunk. I waited for Dad to turn around with a look of rage. But what I saw scared me worse. He had looked at me, not with rage, but terror. It was the first time I had seen him scared, and I would see him this scared only once more, just a few weeks later. I started to cry. Seeing him scared had scared me more than his rage ever could have. "It's okay," he said shakily. "You're okay, Timmy." He bent down and scooped me up. He carried me to my room as I cried and tucked me into bed, saying one thing repeatedly. "You're okay, Timmy. You're okay." A murder of crows flew overhead, moving strangely silent. I stood in the middle of the field, the once rich soil now sick. Up close, I could see it had taken on a greyish hue, and there was something else too. It was rumbling slightly, as if it were hungry. I readied my shovel and paused. I asked myself, do I really want to do this? What purpose did it serve? What would it change? Nothing. So, why had I come back? Closure. That was why. I could not move on if I did not have closure, nor could I heal. The nightmares would continue, the anxiety would persist, and my soul would continue to whittle and seep from wounds that wandering fingers of doubt kept prodding open. I had to see if it was all real. I could not let questions linger. Could such horror exist in this world? Or were my memories simply warped and exaggerated with time? So, did I want to do this? Yes. The answer was always yes. I should have come back years ago. Maybe then I would not have suffered so long. Closure. That is what I needed. I pierced the soil with my shovel. My door had burst open in the middle of the night. Dad was in the driveway, a rifle slung over his shoulder. We need to go, he said. I sat up groggily. What? We need to go. He pulled me out from under the blanket. What's going on, Dad? We need to go. Why? He pulled me along at his side as we rushed down the stairs. His deep wrinkles and tan skin, his strong jaw and sunken eyes, his pointed nose and thin lips, all twisted in an expression of terror. Terror, like what had plastered his face the night he had caught me outside after dark. Only worse. I started to cry. Dad, where is Mom? I thought I did everything right, he said absently. I don't know what I did wrong. The pylons, maybe? The front door was already hanging open when he dragged me through it. Outside, the corn was restless again. I don't know what I did wrong, Dad said. I don't know how I didn't hear them come in. Dad dragged me to the pickup truck in the driveway. A woman's muffled screams came from the corn. I looked over my shoulder toward the field to see the hooded heads bobbing around wildly again. Dad, where's Mom? I said, with increasing urgency. I thought I did everything right. I don't know why it went wrong. He opened the pickup's passenger door and threw me inside. Dad, where is Mom? I screamed. He shut the door in my face. He walked around the front of the pickup, and for a moment he paused to look back at the field and the scarecrows. The shotgun trembled in his hands. For what it's worth, I think he would have tried to save her, if it were not for me. He continued around the car and climbed into the front seat. He fumbled with the keys in his trembling hands before inserting and turning them. The engine rumbled to life. Dad, tell me, where's Mom? He reversed suddenly, swinging the car around so the front end pointed down the driveway, away from the house. He slammed the stick into first gear and took off with a lurch. The dirt clattered the underneath of the truck as we went. Where's Mom? I cried, shrilly. He began to sob. I'm sorry. I don't know what I did. I thought I did everything right. I'm sorry, Tim. I'm sorry, Sarah. Oh God, Sarah. I'm so sorry. I cowered back into my seat, feeling the car bounce over the bumpy road as we fled. My father cried, and so did I, as we drove off into the night, leaving the farm and Mom behind. I tossed aside the first clump of soil. Underneath the topsoil, the dirt was grey and pale as bone. I continued to dig, tossing the soil in a heap to the side, where it trembled subtly. Then I hit something with a hollow thud. I threw away the shovel and got to my knees. I reached into the hole and brushed aside the dirt. I uncovered what I expected, yet feared at the same time. A human skull. I pulled it from the dirt and held it up with shaking hands. The hollow eye sockets stared vacantly back at me. I put it aside and reached into the hole again. I clawed at the dirt frantically with my bare hands. There were more bones, skulls, hands, femurs. I poured and poured at the dirt. I dug until my fingernails were torn clean off. It was true. It was all true. There is evil in this world. My memories had not lied. I fell back on my ass, exhausted, terrified, despaired. A pile had formed around me. So many skulls, so many bones, all from the souls that had fed the soil. My wife and I have a tradition. Every anniversary, after we go to whatever theatre or fancy restaurant we can scrape enough dough for, we give each other a present. She gets me a new tie, and I get her a cartoon. Growing up, my wife loved animated television shows. It was her hobby. When she wasn't doing schoolwork, chores, or playing with her friends, she was watching cartoons. She continued this habit from diapers to art school and had built up quite the collection, sprawling across a collection of DVDs, VHS tapes, laser discs, and even some film reels. That's actually how I got to know her. I liked to talk to her about what animated shows were my favourites while she painted. So, every year, I try and find some cartoons she's never heard of. I don't always succeed, but I was riding high after last year's victory. I had managed to scrape up an ancient Ukrainian VHS in a book nook. It only cost me $3, and thankfully it didn't crumble to dust by the time I got home with it. This year, I was determined to beat her again, but work had been pretty busy lately. I'm a substitute elementary school teacher, and the flu had knocked a good number of teachers out of commission, so I was pretty much busy all day. As luck would have it, I found my salvation in my colleague, Milos. Milos was referred to exclusively as Mr. C by all the students, since his Eastern European last name rolled off the tongue like a sea urchin. A grey haired man in his early 60s, he spoke with a heavy accent and was notorious for never remembering anybody's name. But all the kids liked him, thanks to his polite, harmless nature, and the faculty was quite fond of him too. One afternoon, during lunch, I was in the teacher's lounge drinking a soda, and in came Milos. I waved, and he gave me a smile in return. He bought himself some peanut butter crackers from the vending machine and sat down across from me. We talked for a little while about whatever stupid decision the school board had made,
Oh.
and the conversation eventually changed to that of our wives. He had been married for 30 years, so he had much more to say than the 5 I'd been together with my spouse. I told him about our anniversary tradition, and he sat up a little straighter. It's funny you should mention
Yeah.
that. I was going through my attic last
Yeah.
week, and I found a box of my mother's video
I'm gonna give
cassettes.
this another 30 minutes because
Really?
suddenly
That's interesting.
I'm starting to feel
What
really
was
tired
inside?
for some
I asked.
reason.
Most of them were
And
rather
I don't want to,
corrupt
like,
for me as a young man,
start
but one of
drifting
them was a
off to
cartoon
sleep
I'd
in
never
the middle of
seen
a
before.
stream.
My wife would probably know
So
what
I'll
it
give it
is.
like
What's it called?
a
I'm
couple
not
more
sure,
minutes.
Milo said,
Probably like
pausing to think. But
10,
I'd never seen
20,
anything like it. Quite
30,
strange. I only watched one episode before I
30
lost
more
interest.
minutes. Just to get some.
I asked him if I could borrow it to see if my wife had somehow overlooked whatever cartoon this was. Ah, you can have it, Milo said with a wave of his hand. I'm too old for such things. You mean it? Yes, the condition is poor, but it still runs in the VCR. We made an agreement, and Milo showed up the next day with a tape. I offered to buy him lunch in exchange, but he politely refused, saying, "Getting rid of some of the clutter is payment enough." I examined the tape, tucked into a blank sleeve with some text drawn on it in Sharpie. It was written in Cyrillic characters, so I had no idea what it said. But there looked to be 11 episodes of this strange strange cartoon recorded onto it. So, I completed my day and came home at around 5. My wife wouldn't be home until 8, since she was attending an auction. So, after I finished my paperwork and ate some supper, I decided to see if the tape contained anything that my wife's watchful eye may have accidentally overlooked. I went to the living room with a glass of white wine and our cat, Frisbee, and popped the old VHS into the tape player, sitting on the love seat with Frisbee purring in my lap. I had laid my laptop next to me so I could decipher some of the text if need be. It took a couple of seconds, but I soon saw the tracking signal show up on screen. The only semblance of credits was a few words that briefly flashed on the black screen. They were written in plain white text, and I paused the tape to type the words into Google Translate. As you all know, Translate isn't a flawless program to say the least, but it claimed that the words were Bulgarian and translated to something like, "This is the first episode." The episode started in what looked like a college dorm room. There were 2 beds, and the only occupied one had someone sleeping under the covers. This person woke up and tossed his covers off. He looked like an average college kid, with scruffy facial hair and a university t-shirt on. He ambled away into the bathroom, which was off screen, and, after a few sounds of rustling clothes on running water, walked back on screen in a jacket and toque. One thing I noticed off the bat was the meticulous detail put into the art and animation. The backgrounds had all kinds of extra things to look at. A model airplane halfway built sitting on a desk, open drawers with clothes hanging out of them, the light of the window fading and reappearing in accordance to unseen clouds. Every frame of the character's walk cycle was unique. No reused shots or loops. Every step he took was slightly different than his last one. If this was a weekly cartoon, the animators must have been working pretty damn hard to deliver this level of quality. Anyway, this character left his room and walked down an empty hallway, his sneakers making hollow thumping noises against the ground. Once again, sounding like each sound effect was unique. It reminded me of Courage the Cowardly Dog. The creators claimed that they wanted to make a cartoon based largely around sound. For all I knew, this could have been their inspiration. The protagonist left the building, the outdoors a dreary-looking representation of an urban landscape with a layer of what was either mist or smog hanging over the tops of the windowless buildings. There was no soundtrack, just the sound of his feet on the pavement and urban ambience in the background. The distant roar of traffic on a freeway, the occasional shrill backing up signal, once I heard the squeak of brakes. Though, oddly enough, I didn't see a single vehicle. I could see the individual wisps of breath rise from the protagonist's mouth, implying it must have been cold out. So far, so good. I didn't recognize anything, and I doubt my wife had seen anything like this. The whole thing had a level of pretentiousness that she fell for hook, line, and sinker. Minutes came and went as I watched this poker-faced young man walk to whatever destination he was heading to. It didn't take long for me to lose interest. Good animation or not, boring is still boring. And watching this kid trudge down an empty street wasn't all that riveting in my opinion. The only event worth mentioning during this endless walk was when the kid walked past somebody else. The angle of the shot was positioned so it faced the stranger's back, and they were dressed in heavy clothes too, and the two passed each other with a quick greeting without even looking at each other. He stopped all of a sudden in front of a largish building, and he looked up at it. Even though it lacked any defining features, the boy seemed to recognize it and went through the door. When he entered, there was a small group of girls, all holding thermoses, talking quietly in the corner of the lobby of whatever building this was. and they all went silent when the protagonist drew close to them. He stopped and he stared at them. The girls all looked like they were trying to hold back laughter, and the guy had the same bland expression he had the entire episode. They stared for a good 5 seconds before one of the girls promptly threw the contents of her cup into the guy's face. He winced and stumbled back with a hand over his eyes. Apparently, they found their random act of cruelty hilarious, because they started cackling like harpies. The scene switched back to the guy, who was now covering his whole face, liquid running down his hands and dribbling all over the floor. As he tried to right himself, he slipped and fell, landing back first onto the floor. The girls' laughter was rekindled, and now they were pointing and drawing as much attention as possible, despite the fact that no one else was around. I was shocked when I saw the skin on his face was blistering. That beverage in the thermos must have been hot. After the poor kid got back to his feet, he pushed past them and travelled deeper into the building. The girls threw what was left of their beverages at him as he fled. The episode ended with a close-up of the main character's blistered, distraught face. At this point, I had to fast forward because the speakers had suddenly released a deafeningly loud shriek. Frisbee fled out of shock, and I seriously think that if my volume had been turned up any higher, my wine glass might have shattered. Thankfully, that seemed to be the end of the episode, so I didn't have long to wait before I could go back to normal speed. I turned my volume down to almost silent and warily pressed the play button. The electronic wailing had vanished, and apparently another episode was beginning. The title card read, "And this is the second one." It was identical to the way the first episode began, beginning with the protagonist, his face unblemished, climbing out of his dormitory bed. My initial thought was that there was a recording mistake, but this theory was quickly debunked when I realised that the protagonist was in a different set of pajamas. This time, instead of going to the bathroom, the kid went to the desk next to his bed and sat down. In one motion, he swept all of the clutter off the surface. Papers and food wrappers fell to the ground beside him, and the model plane smashed into dozens of little pieces. He opened the top of the drawer and removed a sewing kit, placing it onto the desk. It cut to a view of his face, staring down at the palm-sized kit on the desk. He withdrew another object from Hammerspace. For those unaware, Hammerspace is the area where all cartoon characters pull their supplies from, that is to say, nowhere. It was a doll, a crude, stereotypical caricature of a baby. Its eyes were gazing off into the distance, and the mouth was puckered into a dopey little O, with blushing red cheeks and hair the colour of sand. The protagonist stared down at this doll with the same poker face he had kept up since the first episode. He then picked up the needle from the sewing kit, threaded it, and began to work on the doll. The shot was angled in a way that you couldn't see the doll's face while he sewed it. The screen showed the protagonist's face as he worked for a good minute. Then he appeared to have finished, and it showed the end result. The doll's face was snarled in black thread. Its eyes were now X'd out, and a sinister grin was formed with tiny, vertical lines, same as the mouth, and two longer diagonal ones, shaped in a way to resemble eyebrows. The cute, innocent-looking little thing now looked like some kind of wicked voodoo artifact. The protagonist stared down at his masterpiece and actually cracked a tiny smile. As macabre as his creation was, he seemed genuinely proud of it. The episode ended after that. I've seen some bizarre animation in my life, from Coonskin to heavy metal to the triplets of Belleville, but this This was the type of thing you'd find in David Lynch's garbage disposal. The kind of artsy, disturbing crap that some uber Christian mom probably thought contained a demonic message telling kids to eat babies. But hell, it was unique, and it was free, so I decided to use it. I was about to stop the VCR, but then the next title card popped up. Instead of just a few words, this one looked like a whole essay. The entire screen taken up by words. Credits, maybe? Just to satiate my curiosity, I typed a few words into Translate to see what it said. Iya-san, hello, this is my... It was a message. Now intrigued, I typed the rest of the text, and, according to Google's Translate's many mistakes, I think the message roughly translates to something like this. Iya-san, hello, this is my animation for Academy. I labored, maybe worked, on it for a long time, and I have, for you, I hope or wish you enjoy, and I will do it soon. Further research taught me that Iya-san is a Bulgarian male name, and, coincidentally, there's an artist named Iya-san Giosellev, who's done a lot of illustrations for children's books, who's also, you guessed it, Bulgarian. Whether or not this is the same Iya-san this message was addressed to is beyond me. But there you go. The third episode had the exact same beginning as the first two, and I was sensing a pattern forming here. The same kid got out of bed, wandered into the bathroom, freshened himself up, and came back fully dressed. Looking carefully, I found the stitched-faced doll from the previous episode on his desk, the needle jabbed vertically into its forehead. It was eerily familiar to the first episode, but with an entirely new set of animations to show the exact same events unfolding. I wasn't looking forward to watching the kid make his pilgrimage to that building again, so I took the opportunity to use the bathroom while the tape ran. Unfortunately, while I was out of the room, that ear-shattering squeal rang out again, and I had to hurry back to shut it off once more. I kept the audio muted for my sanity's sake as I watched the next scene unfold. The girls, who had mercilessly harassed the protagonist earlier, were nowhere to be found, and he continued into the next room without incident. It was a large room, presumably an auditorium, with a bunch of folding chairs set up in front of a raised platform. On this platform stood a new character, a man about my age, with Coke bottle glasses and a dorky pink tie. If I had to hazard a guess, I'd say he was supposed to be a professor, since the protagonist was clearly in college. After a few more people filtered into the room and sat in the audience, the professor, as I'll call him, began talking. I tried turning the sound on to hear what he was talking about, but the audio was overlaid with screeching, so I had no choice but to mute it. I did my best to try read his lips, but I think the dialogue must have been in Bulgarian too. About a minute into his lecture, the professor took his glasses off and rubbed his eyes before putting them back on and continuing. He was either really engaged with whatever he was talking about, or really angry about it, because he was going off the rails. I could see his face flushing and beads of sweat emerging on his brow. The audience of about 6 people didn't seem to care in the slightest. Mid-rant, the professor's eyes bugged out of his head, and he grabbed his neck, as though he was choking. His glasses fell off, and his tongue stuck out rigidly as he stumbled around, grasping at his throat. It was animated with hideous detail. I could see every individual vein swelling up on his neck, and someone even took the time to animate the ribbons of drool running down his chin. Despite his obvious distress, not one of the audience members budged an inch, staring at him with bored indifference. Eventually, the professor collapsed onto his back and lay spread-eagled on the platform, two streams of blood trickling from his eyes, as though he had just been strangled. The audience sat there for a moment, before calmly getting up and exiting, without looking or speaking to one another. The episode ended with an overhead view of the auditorium. The professor, left abandoned on the stage. From this point on, I'm not going to describe every single episode with such detail for brevity's sake. I'll just summarize the basic plot and show what the title card at the beginning said. Episode 4. Text. It should be clear what this is. The protagonist goes to his desk again and starts writing on a piece of paper, scratching at the back of his neck constantly. Near the end of the episode, the protagonist examines his fingers, which are now bloody. A shot of his neck reveals a giant welt, which he seemed to have scratched to the point of bleeding. Episode 5. Text. I wish it could have been this easy. The protagonist picks up a piece of paper he was writing on, which still has bloody fingerprints on it, and tucks it into an envelope, exiting his room with it. He goes to a new building, which resembles another dorm, and slides the letter under the door of another room marked 056. He leaves, and a close-up on his neck reveals a bandage, which he promptly tears off.
I'm just sniffing.
The wound from the last episode
Alright.
is absent. Episode 6. Text. It was so... and a word I can't translate. The protagonist goes to another new building, a dining hall. He meets the stranger from the first episode, whose face is still hidden, and the two sit down together and talk. The rest of the episode is only one shot, an over-the-shoulder view of the protagonist from behind his friend. As the two of them talk, one can see a member of the kitchen staff overzealously tenderizing a chunk of meat in the background, bits of gristle flying all over the place. The episode ends after the stranger gets up and exits, leaving the protagonist to sit by himself and stare into space. Episode 7. Text. I tried not to blank what I was or maybe felt. The protagonist goes to his desk again and starts scratching down the beginnings of another note.
Okay.
The camera cuts away at about the 2-minute mark to the door, where an envelope is slid under it into the room. The protagonist goes to pick it up and suddenly becomes very excited when he sees the sender. He returns to his desk with an eager look in his eyes and sits down to open it. The camera faces his back as he reads it, sitting silently. He starts to tremble. He balls his fist, crumbles the note into a wad, and hurling it against the wall. He storms into the bathroom, and the rest of the episode is spent staring at an empty room and hearing the kid shouting and crying off screen. Episode 8. Text. That isn't important. This is the shortest episode, narrowly escaping the 4-minute mark. The protagonist is absent, his bed empty. Instead, the opposite bed is shown to have someone in it. Someone who's neither visible nor asleep. The figure twitches and thrashes around under the covers, but is unable to get up. The reason is clear. The blanket is anchored to the bed with barbed wire, each length tied to an opposite side of the bed frame. So the person, at least I assume it's a person, was tied to the bed like luggage to the top of a car. The figure squirms for a good while before going limp. Episode 9. There was no title card for this episode. This episode has its typical beginning. The protagonist getting up and putting his clothes on. The opposite bed is unoccupied again, with no signs of a previous struggle. The protagonist stops halfway to the door and turns around. He looks directly into the camera, smiling, and starts talking. I had pumped the volume down to barely audible to avoid any more yelping from the speakers, so I tentatively turned it up a few notches. I was immediately punished for my curiosity when that ghastly wail presented itself again, drowning out any semblance of dialogue, and I silenced it in disgust. The protagonist speaks to the viewer for a few minutes, laughing every once in a while, and then exits, ending the episode. Episode 10. This episode was shown from the top-down perspective and appears to pick up exactly where episode 9 left off. The camera follows the protagonist on his walk to the same building he travelled to in episodes 1 and 3, zooming out to an almost outrageous degree when the camera enters the outdoors. It got to a point where the protagonist was merely an ant-sized figure scuttling down a tilted collection of identical coloured rectangles. It was at this point where the video appeared to have been damaged, the image being shredded by stripes of black and white static and jerking violently.
Sorry for the sniffing, folks. I'm just... I don't know, I'm just kind of getting the sniffles for some reason.
And eventually, the TV screen was engulfed in snow. I should have been pleased that I
Not sneezing or anything, just kind of
but there was an
sniffing.
inkling of curiosity I couldn't get rid of. True, the show's narrative had been wafer thin at best, but I kind of wanted to see the 11th episode, just to see if it brought the plot it pretended to have to a close.
Okay, I think it's good now.
Got my wish. As I was searching for the remote, the static on the screen flickered. I paid no mind at first, until it flickered again, this time more violently. The wall of hissing nonsense that covered the screen was flinching, like something on the other side was trying to force its way out. And all at once, the picture snapped back into existence. It was another title card. Thankfully, I found the remote, and I got the chance to pause it and type the text into Google Translate. It read, "This is my favourite episode." I remember letting out a noise of confusion when I unpaused the tape. It showed an empty room with 4 chairs arranged in an untidy row, a small table sitting beside them. The animation was completely different from the previous episodes. Unlike the pseudo-Disney, hand-drawn nature of the previous 10, episode 11 looked more like it had been rotoscoped. Rotoscoping is an animation technique where artists trace over live-action footage frame by frame. It's a very old practice. If you've ever seen the music video of A Take on Me, you can get the idea of what the scene looked like.
Jesus.
Except much less professional. The image remained static for a few moments, until someone appeared in the chair, second from the left, after a jump cut. It was a girl, unconscious from the way she was slumped over. Soon after, another girl walked under the frame, seated on the farthest right, similarly limp. Eventually, all 4 chairs were occupied by an unconscious girl. Even though I probably shouldn't have, I unmuted the television. There was no shrieking anymore, or any noise at all for that matter. I jumped, and the silence was broken by a loud creak, followed by some footsteps. There was a noticeable dip in audio quality,
Alright,
the sound being muffled and dull.
we're gonna cap it off right now.
There was a short thud, and a shrill noise
I'm
that
starting to
sounded like
really get
someone
tired for
thumping
some
the floor.
reason, and no,
The
this running
dialogue was
nose
obstructed
is
when a
going
body moved in front of
coming
the
for
camera,
me.
with the boiling lines of the rotoscoped figure twitching like mad. It took a second for me to realise that this person
All right,
was showing a small cylindrical object to the audience.
So
catch you later, folks.
On a small table,
glass
and
covered,
removed a tiny
ball
ball from my
bearing
pocket.
and